So live, just recording, just recording. Hey guys. So live, just recording, just recording. Hey guys. So live, should increase my audio. Hey guys, again, just recording, just recording, just recording, just recording, just recording, just recording. Cool. So hey guys, welcome to I guess the fifth stream. I think I hope so, fifth or sixth. I'm not sure, but yeah, for the folks who are new, who are quite new here, or maybe you're watching it in a different time, or like in a week or a month or something like that. What we're basically building is that we are building, we're building a RAG system that works at scale for yeah, RAG system that works for scale for a company called Meridian Aerospace. Now, this is a fictional company that I created, but this is how an actual company would actually uh, give you um, give you a requirement, right? And this project is, I've just quoted it to be like around $75,000, but this entire project, the scale we're dealing with is easily more than $100,000. This is an entire, it's a huge project, right? So it's very complex one. So give you a little bit of the details. We are trying to create a RAG system that works for 85,000 plus documents, that even 100K I would say, and these are documents from 1950s to 1950s to 2000 till date, so it's 2020 2025, so 75 years of document, and that's about 85,000 documents. And then um, yeah, and we are currently working with, we have right now on our hand about 10,000 documents. That's what we're solving for. And then 85,000 is an infra problem where we'll build a system that is quite stable to handle even 100K documents, right? Over the past few streams, we have, so this is the characteristics, right? They have a lot of scan copies, a lot of PDFs, docs. They have a lot of technical diagrams. So we have built the RAG system to understand like thousands and like hundreds of thousands of images, graphs, formulas, tables, and etc. to give you a sense of what we're dealing with for the folks who are quite new here. So this is a PDF from 1954, and our RAG pipelines, actually our document processing, which is entirely powered by open source models from embedding to re-ranker to even the VLM that we run, is able to accurately extract 90 to 90 with an accuracy of 90 to 95% with all the formulas, all the text, and etc. So that's what we covered on the past four streams. The streams were quite long, each of them like more than 8 hours long. I think for a few of them was like 5 to 6 hours, the other one was like 10 hours. But then we were able to build this where it analyzes all of this stuff accurately in terms of images, generates descriptions, and then whatnot, right? We also covered a lot of complex tables like let me pull this, not this PDF. This is from 1998, I think. And you can see a lot, these are basic tables, to be honest. This is something that I can easily handle. And we've also built the system to handle really complex tables as well. I'm not sure where the table site is quite complex. So you can see, I mean, I'll just go through this, right? You can see the amount of complexity that each document you sort of deal with. A ton of documents, a ton of pages, a ton of imaginary, a ton of technical standards, technical vocabs, and etc. Right? Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with. We're using the NASA's API. It's called the NTRS, NASA server. It's the technical report server. They have free documents that are basically unclassified documents, and they are well scanned with good metadata and etc. So we're pulling all of them here. If you were to check the GitHub code in the letter in a bit, like in a week or two, you'll probably have the GitHub code where you have, I think so, at least I'll leave the code where you could pull in like 10K docs, 20K docs, whatever the amount of docs you want. And to give you a sense of the docs we are pulling, propal, it's called NTRS. Okay, it was in a different folder. I think it was in a different. Yeah, it was in a different. So let me pull that up. Test. Mm, okay, it's over here. And you can see over here we have propulsions.txt. I can pull it and show it to you here. I'll put it over here. So this is what we're actually working with. So just to put it, and you can see it over here. If you are not able to see it, I'm just trying to zoom it on. So yeah, we're working with liquid engine, document propulsion system, document combustion system, document turbopump, document, and all of this stuff. So we have pulled easily more than 500, easily more than 1000 per thousand, more than 1200 documents of each category. So we have a vast set of complex documents, right? Which are very, very, yeah, very different in case size, in standards, formats, and etc. So just to refresh on what we have been doing in the past, let's go just take a look at the, let's quickly take a look at the progress that we made so far. So this is what we're building. We have solved basic document parsing. We've also solved table extraction. We've solved formula extraction. We've also solved picture diagrams. We've also solved hierarchical chunking. Also content extractions. We have the entire quadrant, running for a lot of files, and you have the images, formulas, everything extracted accurately with 90 to 95% accuracy. And also there's also very good fallbacks. So we're building the agent so that it should verify things, which sort of brings in, so the RAG system, the document passing system, and the agent system also works very hand in hand, right? And then you sort of at the end would solve that 5 to 10% accuracy gap. So we've also completed vector embeddings. We have vector, we're using Qdrant to store all of this stuff. For embedding, we're using the Qwen3 embedding 4 billion parameter quantized 8-bit quantized version, which is running locally right now on my Mac. And the ingestion pipeline is done. The read anchor we are using is 0.6b for now, because I don't Olama didn't have a quantized version, so I couldn't use a quantized version without Olama. I think I'm not sure VLM provides it, but because I'm running it on a Mac, right? So I'm just using this 0.6b version for now. But later we'll actually, when we deploy stuff in the GPU, which that is itself in a different different sort of work, where we rent GPUs, see how we can efficiently use the GPUs, load this stuff, how parallel process stuff, and etc. And then yeah, and search pipeline, this is what we do. And yeah, currently we're working on the RAG, and we are working using Sonnet. So all of the VLLM document processing, everything is using open source models, so nothing is dependent. Even if you want to deploy this entirely on an ITAR specified server, you can do it as long as you have a GPU, because this is if you want to work with a lot of classified data. And for agents, I want to switch it up, so I'm going to use the Claude Sonnet or maybe the Haiku, just to see how everything goes. Later, if you want to switch this to an open source model, that is also possible. Okay, so cool, that's it. And we were building yesterday, so yesterday we basically completed the initial agent, where the agent was able to call tools, search documents, very basic. We call it like this, we're building the skeleton sort of the agent. And today's goal, so today's goal is to yeah, today's goal is to so today's goal is to build the entire agent. So oops. So to build the entire agent, I would say that should. So the thing is like this: we spent a few hours yesterday understanding the mind and the brains of the users, the actual users of the platform. And also we really simulated a lot of simulation. Like for example, a senior officer called Sandra, how would she use the platform? And we sort of went through how an accurate system should basically work, sort of like work. And we went with a lot of simulations, like 3 to 4 simulations. And then we were able to get an understanding about how the system should actually exist. And we made a lot of notes. And then we constructed this system prompt, which this, I mean, the thing is like this: even if you don't want to watch the RAG part, it's totally fine. But I would stress this enough: just go back to the part 4, and I'll leave chapters, but just look into the first 1 to 2 hours of like me just ranting without any code, which is very important. I think if you want to learn or not learn, but try to try to build this, like you need to plan to build a system that can actually mimic, that can actually be a very smart system. And if you want to do so, you want to understand what your users are, what their goals are, what is your search patterns. You can't just build like a search tool. It wouldn't work. And I'm stressing this enough. Please go ahead, look at the first 2 hours or 3 hours. It's very much worth it. Even if you don't want to get into the code, just look at how we plan things, how we create simulations, and how we try to understand how a great tool like this should be useful. So Claude is very helpful at this case. You can create a lot of simulating and scenarios. Um, if you work in a real world project, you'll probably have a lot of conversations with people, but also use Claude at the same time to understand a lot of the stuff that you can't bother them. Like, you can't ask dumb questions to them. If you want, you can, but then you can use Claude to really ask a lot of questions and brainstorm and do a bunch of stuff. So yeah, yeah. So we have the initial skeleton working, I believe. Let's see. I think, yeah, this was the initial version. Oops. Oh yeah, embedding models. Cool. But you can see the skeleton working. The agent were able to plan this, right? This is the reasoning part, and you can see the nodes over here, updated nodes, investigation chamber, and this is the nodes part of the agent. And you also have tasks. So the agents sort of manage its own nodes, and it also has access to task, which in sort of updates as it sort of moves forwards. The thing is, we are not running the embedding model, so let me go ahead and pull up Olama. So okay, and I think if we were to run this again, we should be able to do so. And this is the thinking, guys. We're using actually not this is not Sonnet, this is actually Haiku. And it's searching stuff, and it will actually pull results to be on, because embedding models are running, and you can see the post request working. I don't know, increase the font size a bit. Let's keep that 12, it's fine. And yeah, so it's finding a lot of resources, and it's reasoning through stuff, and it would actually sort of try to give you an output. And you can also see it's also updating the tasks as well. So yeah, I think initial skeleton is sort of working, but there's a lot of things to do in terms of work, because I think we need to, because we have a lot of metadata. We have a ton of metadata, to be honest, and our document processing can be, we did a ton of work in document processing in order for us to build really great tools for the agent to be able to reason through, find things on certain scenarios and sort of work things out. like, searching for tables only, searching for formulas, searching for things above, things in between, and etc. And if you want to check certain chunks or check the like get access to a certain section and stuff like that. So that's what we are trying to do. um Working, I believe. Let's see. I think yeah, this was the initial version. Oops. Oh yeah, embedding models. Cool. But you can see the skeleton working. The agent were able to plan this, right? This is the reasoning part, and you can see the notes over here. Updated notes, investigation chamber, and this is the notes part of the agent. And you also have tasks. Oops, I guess we hit the rate limit. Damn. Thing is, I think we'll use open router. Are we using the Entropic SDK or the API? Can we use OpenRoute instead? Feel free to launch subagent to look into OpenRouter docs or whatever to see if we can easily change the API or something like that and use the same SDK and work things out. Please use a subagent. Yeah, things like this. Maybe I have to add more. Uh, will Anthropic API's tier will increase uh, if I add more credits or tokens? Because I'm right now in tier 1 and I only have 50 tokens per minute or something like that. Okay, I guess let's load something. Let's load about $50 to Cloud, I would say, because that gives us 1,000 requests per minute. Right, so cool. Let's do that. Okay, so okay, buy some credits. Okay, just a minute. I'm just trying to put in some credits. All right, adding about $45 of credits. Some credits. All right, guys. So we got some extra credit. So right now we can make 1,000 requests per minute. That is more than enough for what we want right now. And we'll be like, we no, it's gonna set 0. All right. So yeah. It wasted like 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes here. Cool. Yeah. So my goal here in this entire stream right now today is to get the entire agent working solidly. So we did the skeleton. We have the system from, but I want the agent to look into a lot of docs, get the tools strong. So there's a lot of ways you can use the tools to search the agent, improve a lot of the tools calling. And it's not just tools, guys. So I want to go through, it's the, we did a ton of work in document processing and etc., all the basement stuff, but now we have to get the agent, which is the system prompt and everything, in order to like to be able to have the domain intuition to think like a person, think like a colleague, and sort of be proactive into find information. Now we're giving it the building blocks to find information. Now we have the solid code with information passed and etc., but we don't want to design a tool where like search documents, search by metadata, search this, search that, and just give it a bunch of tools and let it just figure out what tools it needs to call, it would need to call to get the high response and stuff like that. We shouldn't do that at all. What we want to do is that we want to just take a different perspective, just stop back and see, you know, like if these tools were sort of available to a human or maybe this agent, how efficiently could it use, or how each tool can be used to figure out a certain problem. And then we would try to s- try to know the problem and then try to find a solution for that specific problem, opposed to just going ahead and giving it a bunch of tools. So that's not what I'm going to do. So I'm basically going to be yeah, spending time on that. But before that, there's a few issues I want to solve. For example, okay, let me run this one time. Open up the terminal so you can actually see the response. If not, my camera would be hiding it. Okay, now I just want to spend time on this notes. So for example, there's a lot of notes, right? And there's a lot of tasks as well. So yeah, so these are the tasks. So I think I saw a small issue where it was actually replacing the entire notes. Yeah, so I can see a quick problem over here, and I'll be like, just select this up. I see a few issues with the agents using tools and tasks. Sorry, notes and tasks. So this was the initial task and notes. I'm just paste it up. And then if I scroll down, this is the updated tasks. Sorry, notes. Agent hit the max iteration. And this is the next updated notes. I think this is fine, but I can see that notes are being replaced with many information. And also, I can also feel that it's not updating the tasks as well. And then it's including a ton of information in notes. Because anyway, the agent has access to every information and etc. I don't want notes to be um notes to be sort of like a huge essay or something like that. It needs to have all the important points to talk about the bullet points etc. But this is totally okay. This is fine. These notes are okay. This is totally okay for now. But but I think it's replacing a lot of the initial notes, and also it's not updating the tasks regularly with the search and etc. Because I can see a ton of search is happening, and that's why you would even end up with this stuff. So I'm not sure where the model is confused and etc. We need to look at the system prompt. So look at that and let me know. Do not change any code. Let's just talk things through. I'll just send that. And even if you were to look at the prompts, it's also very simple. We didn't emphasize a lot on tools. So yeah, node becomes essays. Whatever pieces experience to include everything might be encouraging the agent to dump everything since the afraid of losing information. Combined with capture reasoning, key findings, that's a lot of things to capture. The agent will have full access to yeah, exactly. Conversation history, all search results. Anyway, no screen needs to be compressive, do more like a quick reference or a scratch pad. Issued with the task not being updated. The prompt says update when useful, which is vague. There is no explicit connection between doing a search and making the task done. The agent seems to create an initial plan, then gets absorbed in searching and forgets to maintain the task list. Issued a working process section might reinforce verbosity. Your plan is maintain a working list that captures what questions need to be answered, what searches you need to perform, and what type of testing you do. And later, this task list is a living document you will update as you learn, but this isn't enforced enough. It's buried in a long prompt. Possible fixes discuss emphasize the notes should be brief, bullet points and paragraphs. Clarify that the agent already has full context of notes, so notes are just quick reference. Add explicit guidance, update task after each search. Now we cannot Now we can't mention that update tasks after each search or something like that, because once it performs like a tool call and a search, and then it'll probably go ahead and update the task. What we want is that for a single search or a single task, you might the agent might perform a ton of search, right? So once those searches, then it should update the search and whatever and stuff like something that related to it. Maybe separate. All right, what do you think about this? Oh my god. For some reason control A delete doesn't work out. Cool. Yeah, everything is good, but we can't tell it to update tasks after each search. The reason is that after each search it performs like a tool, it'll probably go and try to update the task. What we need to say is that once you complete each task, and then you would only need to go and update the task, not for each search. I mean, of course, each search could be a task, but as long as because the agent needs to perform a lot of search in a single task, right? Apart from that, other sounds fine. So we'll just put that up, and yeah. So I mean, it's including a lot of information. Most of this stuff is quite. It's already there. So yeah, you would need to have it. Yes, go ahead. And so hopefully this issue should be fixed, and it's not like a. I think why I even wanna even why I would even would like to even have something like notes is that you're probably dealing with a lot of information. You might easily get lost on things. So because and a problem like one of the queries that we are running, and it's sort of like not the thing is not a big problem, but I want it to be. I don't want it to lose track or lose track of any information that we work with. That's the only reason. Yeah, cool. I get that. Cool. So we'll give it a shot one more time. Hopefully things should be better, I think. Also, I'm gonna check if it's. Are you sending the tasks and notes as context? And if then is it in the system context or system prompt, or is it an user message, or is it in every user message? How is it structured? Because I don't think it's not updating things. I'm just guessing it might miss sending the tasks or something like that. So let's just verify that. This is what I'm thinking. There's a bit of lag over here. Doesn't seems to update the task list. Nor does it, you know. The thing is like what I want to say is that first I'll solve this. So when the agent hits the max iteration, do a final call saying you've hit the max iteration. You're not allowed to call any tools. Everything would fail or something like that. And then tell it to force it to give a final answer only when the agent hits the max iteration. To sort of force it to give you a final answer. No, we might not need to do it. It would just output the final answer. You don't need to have any custom code for it. Because at the end of the day, it will you have to keep it as natural as possible. So I hope when you send that to enforce it, then you can't call more tools and etc. Yeah, it will probably obey that and give you a final answer. You would not need it. So that will actually make this 5 5 iterations. Maybe this is because we're dealing with haiku or something like that. I'll use some- oops. Yeah, we'll just see because I can feel that haiku is just yeah, it's trying to it, it yeah, yeah. So this is working fine. Could you see that? Like you have the notes clearly, and then you also have in progress and also the planned stuff. And I hope all the tool calling the updates in the notes would be quite accurate with Claude. But yeah, I mean with the Sonnet version. So I would like to use Haiku because it's very cheap for sure. But yeah, so I think it's gonna update the notes. Oops. I think this is yeah. I think is this is so this error is probably from the max iteration, the final yield call, I guess. I would say for whenever it makes a tool call, yeah, let not do it. It wouldn't be right in the first place, I think. So yeah. Oh my god, my Wi-Fi is slow. Sorry for the slight Wi-Fi glitch, guys. I think, yeah. I guess the error is because of the final yield, I would say, when the iteration hits up. The Sonnet would only be used, like it will probably only happen when you have the iterations. A real world scenario will probably cap it at like 100 to 200, I guess even more, because it could even and it wouldn't be like it's expected for the agent to even call 100 to 200 to 200 tool calls, so it's okay. So one more time. It's one more time. And also, guys, like apart from like when we built the rag stuff and all, we had something to visually see. We had something to like spend some time. But here we were sort of watching the terminal, trying to figure out a lot of things. So in this case, um, we have to sort of try to focus a lot on the thinking, on the notes, and trying to read each and every line to see if there's something fishy, or if there's something is anything going wrong and stuff like that. So we just try to read all of this. So when I sort of run this, I usually skim through all of the thinking, some of the notes. Now see, you could also see the agent forgot to update the the tasks, so stuff like that. um and you're using a quite good model. I'm not sure why it. Let's use Sonnet everywhere. I mean, for the agent. I'm not sure if we have you're trying to use some model somewhere else, like Haiku somewhere else, so just keep like that. Let me quickly check this. Okay, now we're using Sonnet, I think. Yeah. Sonnet's API pricing. Sonnet. Starts at Sonnet 4.5 is actually, yeah. Opus is quite expensive. Sonnet is $3. It's okay. Good. So I think we've got some basic information. Whatever we have done, I think we need to improve the system font a little bit. I don't think it's updating anything yet of that sort. What we'll do, we'll actually increase the max iterations. We'll put it for 50, you know, clear this up, and let's run it. And we like also for the test query, just tell it that I need the answer as soon as possible. So with whatever basic information you can find, it should be more than enough. I would need an answer from you in the next 2 to 3 minutes or something like that. So I think it will basically force the model to make basically give an answer with limited information, and also update the task, update the notes and all of those stuff. So yeah, just change up the demo query like this. Yeah, I just want to make sure it. I want to see the notes, notes being updated, the task, the entire flow being updated. So let's run it. I think we should make the tasks and yeah, the task as a user prompt. No, I don't think so. But let's see. Yeah. Yeah, good. It's updating the tasks, and there's a review compulsion design criteria table synthesize finding to response. All right, so that's done. It should give you the final response. Good. Cool, cool, cool. Beautiful. Yeah. So I can see the entire flow working. Its time box, etc. What else in a skeleton level? What basic stuff would I need to change? I think I would also need to change the task. I think tasks are okay. I would need. I think I want to update. I want to update the notes. So you have 4 tools available. Now your working memory is notes. In this, make sure, because when you talk about working memory, just talk about the tools as well, as with the working memory. So then those tools are sort of segregated inside the working memory. You'll be like, this is what notes, and you call this stuff to do this. This is task, you call this stuff to do it. And your tools are like main tools, and you can keep the other rest of the tools over there as well. And if you were to keep the update notes and update task as part of tools, you'll be like, refer to your working memory section or something like that. Because you can see there's tools and Yeah, I just want to put this notes scratch by this thing, and in a flow, I want to say if you want to update the notes, you make sure you use this use to updates node tools. So you have two pieces of process and yeah, notes. Use update nodes to write a scratchpad. Content replaces previous one. Use update tasks to write your task list. Content replaces previous tasks. Good. And it's just on a flow, right? So I hope you'll have the sense of you'll have a flow of sense, I would say. And yeah, your tools. Yeah, cool. What else do we wanna do? Okay, so that these are like general sense. There's a lot of work to do, but in general agentic sense, this is okay. Now, what I want to do is I spend a lot of time, like spend some time in checking the tools, like not tools. I'll be like, make sure to check the entire document processing pipeline or whatever, and give me information on the types of data we store in Quadrant. What's what are the metadata we store for each types of text or image or whatever, and just give me a brief intro on that, and also give me some info. Yeah, just give me that info for now. So I just want to know what sort of information we have on Quadrant, and what metadata do we have. Initially that should give me a good sense of what does exist, and then later we can see brainstorm and try to see how we can design these tools in a proper like in a better way. Because right now there's so many tools we need to have. For example, yeah, so I'll be like here, put up a notes over here. Now this is my notes sort of scratchpad. What I want to do is that I want the agent to have the blocks, the to be. Wait, let me think about this first. File. Yeah. command features. Command. All right, guys. So, yeah, I was thinking through things, and yeah, I just want to go before I run this query. I wanted to go a little bit on what I've been thinking and what I've been noting down the ideas that I wanted. So yeah, this is how we're going to design tools, right? As I did mention, in for a RAG system to really work accurately, you have the basic document processing. Second, you have the agent. Third is tools. Now, the thing is like this, the system prompt will actually influence the domain intuition of the model and give basically turns Claude into someone who works in this rocket space with a lot of experience and etc. But without the right tools, the Claude will actually fail. When I mean right tools, it has a lot of base to it. It has a lot of weight to it. I'll explain what I mean by tools and why I stress so much in tools. Um, Tools are essentially, so a lot of people design tools. What you do is that you give you um, you have an agent, you process the documents, and then you have a search tool called search documents and search within document, or maybe just search by paragraph and etc. That's what you'll have, right? And you prompt the agent to search accurately and just assuming it'll be accurate and etc. But what we're trying to do is that because we are working on this space, in this specific space, there's a lot of nuances here, and more than nuances, this was just my idea, and I think it's very important that the agent should have all of the tools, or tools are sort of like building boxes that can actually, tools are very simple as well, but in fact it's just a JSON object, right? But what we want to do is that we want it to understand the Qdrant metadata and all of the stuff we have, and also we need to spike the domain intuition of the model, and then have great building box tool that the agent can use to actually solve any problem, any complex stuff that is thrown to the agent in a very, very accurate and a very creative way. So that's what you have, this sort of building boxes. So let's just go through this, right? So on the right, you can see the list of ideas that I have. I'll just, definitely go through what are the tools we have. Search documents tool. So this is just a generic search. It'll search through the generic, collection or whatever. Then you have search document based on given timeline. Now, for example, you have documents varying from 1990s, 2000, and etc. You want a way to search documents via timeline. Okay, and user would definitely, specify, find me something in the 90s, but probably the document is in 18, it is probably from uh 18, no, sorry, 1968 or 1954. That could happen. But yeah, this is just a tool that can actually, search through timeline. Second is list documents. Now, I don't want to, because example, you'll have 85,000 documents, right? You do not want to list documents like in this way, but what I'll do is that I'll just remove this one. No, just keep it as it is. Yeah, I'll actually remove this for now, because I was thinking about in a way where you probably have to create you have to create a project like Claude project, and when an engineer is working on a certain thing, or with, and this is a consulting company, right? You'll have agreements, you're working on specific, you're something specific, so you'll have all of those specific documents in a project, something like that, but not needed for now. Then you have get chunks, very simple. You basically get the chunks. No, no, no. It's so this is get chunks context. Basically, what this tool would do is that, let's say you come across one context, you want to expand above certain. You want to go like read the first 200 chunks of that, and the let's say you have paragraph 5, right? You want to read paragraph 2 and 3, and then also paragraph 5 and 6. If you want to just, visually, like how a human would skim through, right? You'll go come to a paragraph, go back, write a few paragraphs, and come down and read a few paragraphs. And if and can still, it could keep going on. It could keep specifying how many, not paragraphs, but how many levels of chunks you want to go above and below. Okay. Yeah, and you have get document chunks. Yeah, you come across a document, and right now you want to read the entire document, right? And you would basically call get document chunks, and it should return you all the chunks in order. It's basically like reading the entire document, right? But there's a catch here. Now some of the times the documents can be very long, so you would only have this if the document chunks are less than 25,000. Okay, tokens. And because like if you have like a 300-page document, your context is bloated. Like we shouldn't handle that. And there is a tool to handle this specifically. I'll come to that, which is, yeah, next, which is search within a document. Let's say you want to manage tokens efficiently, and not just in generally. You have come across the documents, you've read the abstract. Okay, okay, abstract. Let me come to this abstract part. Okay, I'll come to this next. But you come across a document, and then what happens is that, um, what would happen is that you come across a document, and then the document is huge or whatever, and then you want to perform a lot of search, and we also show the abstract of the documents, like a abstract of each document as well, which you can use to make sure, okay, this is the right document, now let's go ahead and read the entire document, or do whatever you want. Then if you want to search within documents, you can basically, fire off rag queries or whatever, like whatever the semantic queries you want to run within a certain document space. Okay, so that can be done as well. Yeah, so let's say you have document A and you want to run some search inside the document A, you can run that as well. And you have get full section. For example, now this is very important as well. Now I've opened up an example of what the hell. I've opened up an example JSON that we have processed, and here you can see, if I scroll very down a little bit over here. Mhm. Okay, the thing is that we are missing some metadata for text. Okay, so let me get complete JSON out for this. Okay, let me just get this complete JSON output. Complete JSON. So it's a big JSON. And if I scroll down, yes, I think there's a small issue in the pipeline. I didn't catch this. But basically what I was actually trying to do is that, for example, if this particular text is under certain paragraph, inside metadata, you'll actually have that information. Now you have label, right? Instead of label, you'll actually have metadata on which section is it from. Like if you're section B, let's say I'll open this document and visually show it to you. Not this one. This doesn't have one properly, but this one. Now here you have a section called redundancy management, right? And you have this text, and then you have this image, and then you have this text over here, text over here, text over here. If the agent comes across, if the agent sees this particular text, what it want to do is that, and what in Docklink we'll have this chunk, we'll have this entire chunk, and we will actually have a metadata called redundancy management. And metadata of redundancy management will actually be part of each paragraph. So this paragraph, this paragraph, this paragraph, this paragraph, and this paragraph, and and probably until this. So in case you come to this particular paragraph and you want to say, okay, I want to read the entire section. Instead of, now there's two ways you can do it. The agent still has to the agent could use one tool which we discussed before, is to read the above few chunks and below few chunks. Now let's say you want to, like, how accurately would you know if it's under a specific section? Like, you would never know until you start seeing a different section, right? An efficient approach here, only if metadata exists, you can just find the section heading and just group it and try to find, and just do like a sort of a lookup in Qdrant, and it will return all of this in order. So you'll end up getting basically the entire subsection. So Docklink provides this metadata which we can use. Now that's one of the reasons why I did also have a section to look into above and below chunks. You can still achieve the same results if you want to. It's a little bit inefficient, but that's for documents like this, something like this, where you have a lot of paragraphs. But to be honest, like, could you visually see, is it, now this is the heading, right? Is These paragraphs do not have a title, and here you do probably in Docklink wouldn't return any metadata, and if it returns, it'll probably be wrong. So what you can do is that when you come across this, you just try to see above and below. That's when this tool becomes useful. So yeah, just strong building blocks that can solve a complex problem or a different problem or a new problem creatively. read the entire pages or pages tool, or there's like one. So for that I also say also small error in chunks. We do not have metadata of sections or whatever for text. That tuckling actually returns this, so we just have to use it. That's it. Cool. Where did we stop? All entire section, for example, yeah. So if let's say you have this tool, entire page or pages tool or given document. Now you have this particular page, you're on the page 5, you just want to read the entire page, or you want to read the entire, the first, like you want to read 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know, I'm not sure why you would do it, but if the agent wants to do it in some way, it should be able to do it, right? All entire section, for example, if you come across a yeah, paragraph in a section where we do, yeah, this is fine. All the intersection, this is fine. And now we have formulas and tables. Now I'm just highlighting it so you can see what I'm reading here. Now we have formulas, tables, and images. Now we should have a separate search for this. I don't think so, and I could be wrong. Let me know. I'm just asking for, of course, the agent to give me info on that. But I'm saying, curious to know if searching all this is from scratch documents, is from scratch or documents or something. How would the search query be for tables and formulas, and what the, yeah, for example, if you were to look at this test JSON, you can see the formulas over here, right? And these formulas, what do you call, I think we need to have notes for formulas as well. Correct. Like how do you, like if you want to accurately search a formula, like how do you search it? Like unless the formula is correct. Like for example, like you can just make up a formula and search it and get like a lot of formulas. But I'm just curious because this is a formula, right? You can have even like for example, like this -1 might not exist, and you can't just literally do like a semantic search for formulas unless you know the formula. Like you hope you get it. So I think what we need to know, we need to have key elements or nodes for the formulas as well. So that's when you, if you want to do like a semantic search, for example, you want to do a search for, let me find a document with formulas. Scroll down and you see this formula, right? Now this is a formula. How would you search it? Like I don't think, but if you were to search, find me the formula for exhaust, the exhaust gas total temperature wasn't computed from the equation. And then if you were to, or maybe like exhaust gas total temperature, right? And then if you were to search, find me the or like this was determined from the following relation, which was derived in the reference 9 for reference 9 for a choke nozzle. And I'll be like, find me this formula that was derived in reference 9 for a choke nozzle or something like that. That's an NLP query or a semantic search that you could run. And that's when that's when this formula would actually bump up, because this formula has no meaning. This could be a formula for uh, firing some liquid propulsion system, or this could be a formula for, I'm just assuming things. I could be very wrong in the information that I convey, but what I'm saying, I'm not a scientist anyway, but I'm saying, or a researcher, what I'm trying to say, the formula will only have meaning if it has meaning attached to it. For example, this formula has only meaning that's regarding the exhaust gas total temperature, something to do with finding the temperature of exhaust gas. That's what I think so. So unless you have the meaning and notes, to find what the formula could be for it, like you could never, like formula would never make sense. And I'm just realizing it just now. So as I went through, and that's why I say, that we once this is not like a single approach. The document processing is, everything is basement and skeleton here. I would say basement and foundation. You just change things up as you come across use cases, as you improve your understanding on things. So here you need to have key elements for notes as well. And I would say, because formula has no meaning unless it expresses a thought of God. Oh, sorry. Actually, guys, this is from Srinivas Ramanujan. I'm not sure if you've seen the movie. He's a great mathematician. And what he explained was that a formula has no meaning to him unless it expresses a thought of God or some parts of God, some similarity of the experience of God. So he was a very good devotee, and he was one of the reasons why he even do maths for ATMs and whatnot, black holes and etc. And he discovered it so many years ago, and we weren't able to even solve one formula for like he wrote some formula and then passed away, and it took 90 years for us to find that actual method and validate that the formula was right. So it's actually from God. I follow him as well, not follow him, I just read some of the stuff he did. So yeah, I just wanted to note it down because it was very similar to what we want to write. But yeah, we'll just do yeah, we need to have key elements or nodes as well, because the formula has no meaning if there is no adjacent or the cost meaning for it. So for example, oops, meaning for example, if you come here, like if you want to search a formula, the agent wouldn't just bluntly search for formula, and you cannot search a formula. What it'll do, find me formulas related to exhaust gas temperature, something like that, and then you'll end up with this formula, right? So then that's when the retrieval becomes proper. This is something to note down. Good catch. So okay, now we have this formula tables. We have to do all of this. All this is done. Read or get. Okay, now we have this formula. So this is figured out, and also formula should be fine. I do not think so, and I could be wrong. Blah 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 blah. How the search query run and all, and tables also. I think if you want to, now the good thing is that we already in tables we see this is a table, and you have notes for this table. So what you can do is that you can do a semantic search for text and also for notes. So some of the tables could be complex. So for those tables, there wouldn't be, if again this complex true, right? There is no markdown for it. But in case there is a table, you'll have a markdown for it, and you'll also have notes for it as well, which means you can use both to rank it up. Because if you were to find, let's say, find me the test table that we did for the cryogenic engine, if you were to search like that, like the note should have in like cryogenic engine test information inside the notes, because the table itself will not explain it unless you look at it. So notes are useful. I didn't think of it, but at least we had notes, so we end up in a good spot. All right. So read or get visual context. Now, sometimes if it needs to verify certain things, it should use a tool call just to get the bounding boxes for a certain this thing and use bounding expense. Also, what I'm trying to say here, I think, uh, what I'm trying to say here is that let's say you come across this formula, okay, and you search for adjacent text, and because of some damn reason, this particular inline math was not chunked. We'll just assume it was not chunked. But the agent can feel something is going wrong. If then what it can do is that it could use the bounding boxes of this paragraph, which would be like X, Y, Z, and it could actually load. It could actually, it doesn't need for chunk because chunks might have issue. It could, even if it has was 0.1% issue, it could have like it won't, but it could have some issue. And if the and especially on stuff like formulas where you can have like you can validate if it's right or wrong because you have like a method, and that's like sort of like mathematically like a viable validation that you can perform. Not like in terms of I'm not saying you open like a artifact and write some code and validate the method. That's not what I'm saying. Let's say if you want to look at you look at this and you want to know where this equation was obtained from the charts and this was missed, and you're trying to search the chunks and nothing exists, and then you fall back to visual representation where you go back to the PDF and take a screenshot for the adjacent, like you want to get, you have the bounding boxes, like this is like top five, bottom five or something example. And now if you want to read something below, now you know that you want to read below, and you just get a screenshot of it, like how a human would visually see things. Then you would take a screenshot of it, and now where equation was obtained on charts of reference 8 will actually be shown in the image, even though it was missed in Qdrant. That's when this tool will be helpful. Right, I'll just put it here. Not useful for a certain scenario. Actually, I think I have one use case for a scenario. Now, sometimes Quadrant could miss inline maths or something. Quadrant could, inline at least miss. Let's say it wouldn't, but because for formulas we're doing some complex parsing and like sort of changing the paragraphs and stuff like that, where it could miss a certain inline math, right? If then Yeah, so if the agent wants to see where it derived it or something like that, the agent would probably need to look at the um, above few chunks, below few chunks, which we already have a tool above to check the adjacent chunks. Now, if it's not in Qdrant, it would not still makes sense. It'll still not find it. But if the agent has, if the agent would, if the agent sort of have that sort of intuition on this is right or wrong, if it feels that it needs to get it and there should be a formula or equation that do exist, it can, as a last resort, check, go directly, use this tool, get the bounding boxes and go ahead and directly check for the images and get a screenshot and then process it accurately, because it now, even though the quadrant missed that particular inline math or text, the image is from directly from the PDF and you can make sense of it. Okay, so it's just something that I want to add. I think this is just, you can, the thing is my English is not good, so I'm not able to convey what I want in very limited amount of words. But uh, yeah, I'm just dumping stuff, and Claude will. I'm happy that Claude will understand, so I'm okay. Now, I'm not sure if this needs a different tool, basically, but basically, when images rank, currently they are text, but if, yeah, so that we're done with it, right? So that's the use case for it. And again, I'm talking now, I'm not sure if this is what we need to be different tool. Basically, when images rank, currently they are text, but if we wanted the image rank is relevant, I want the agent to visually see the image. Now, the mostly for figures only. Yeah, figures. Also, side note is that for tables for complex row, we only process description. So yeah. So there's another tool we can have. Not sure it can be part of the same tool. This is also a visual aspect tool. For example, some of the tables like this, we only have a text. For example, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the table, where the, I think this one, where the tables were quite complex, and we had like, okay, this one. Nicely, we got it. Yeah. So for this, these are like last resort. We are not able to accurately extract it with even like a 235 billion parameter model. We've tried so many heat maps and etc. So then we generate descriptions for like where the confidence of the agent would actually be low for it to generate inaccurate stuff. So what we do is that we generate descriptions to it. But when the agent would need, but you would know that there is no markdown here, right? So what we need to do is that if the agent wants to see this visually, it could pass in this table or whatever, the bounding boxes or whatever. I think we are missing to save bounding boxes in chunks. We are to save BB boxes in chunks. Yeah, so yeah, using the bounding boxes, what this can do is that you could just get the entire screenshot and just send to the LLM and it can make sense of it. And we'll, of course, we'll show it to the user as well. Now I'm sure this is told that this is solved. And hit search. Now this is the new tool. Basically, a parallel searcher runs parallelly to find hits for search queries. Basically, like a broad shot. Let's say you're searching for so much information and you don't seem to find anything. Or maybe you just want to be efficient in the first place, just to, perform like a quick parallel hit and see, what just to decide the path. Okay, whether this part could be true, so this part could be true, but whatever, I don't know. But this is a broad shot hit search where you could run this search parallelly, like perform like key searches, like search for cryogenic engine failures, cryogenic engine test, this that whatever formulas, tables, whatever the shit is, sorry guys, whatever the stuff is, and then you perform a parallel search where the search will just give you very small chunks, maybe 256, cap that 256, because you get a chance to see a lot of minor data, but a lot of minor data which you can try to find or get a sense of what info could be, right? So just sort of like a broadened search hit. It, yeah, that the name says it, like conveys it. You just hit it and come back. You don't spend a lot of time. You don't reason through a lot of the things. It's just like a hit and thing. With the results or with the results or what with the info or the signal you get, you base the other searches based on it. And we also need to way to launch subagents for search, just like how you launch subject. Yeah, I'm saying Claude, Claude launches subagents. We need a way to launch subagents like you for stuff where we need to do some research, for it to, do a bunch of research and then come back and do whatever you want. And this cannot, This could be a tool. I mean, end of the day, it's a tool, but in like inside of it, it's probably a tool that's, that function should be well defined to get very good, very like very all sort of important information in context, and then it uses the context. The subagent uses all of the constants to do the search. Sometimes the subagent would need to have most of the information inside the main agents or the parent agent's context, and then pass it to subagent, which it can do the search and come back. Sort of is like a research agent. That's what. Oh, yeah, it's sort of like a research agent. Okay. Okay, guys, this is awesome. This is what we're doing, and there's some abstract. I think these are notes for me. Need to check if we are saving document abstracts from the report standard report page. We extract with symbols along with symbols. I believe they're very different requests as far as I can remember, but it's okay. So I can see a key problems in our Qdrant data. We need to check. I don't think we have abstract saved. The small array in chunks, we don't have metadata in sections. We need to have key elements and nodes and formulas, and some stuff is missing. Debug in chunks. But these are notes, right? So we'll save this. Actually, yeah, we'll actually save this in a development plan. Oops. Yeah, these are notes. Okay, so this is something that I'm going to go ahead and send. And I'll be like, read or I'll be like, just Claude to just make this small because it sounds, because I'm explaining a lot to the agent. The agent might spend a lot of time into it. No, I would say actually not. Nope. And I'll put my ideas here. Okay. And I think we are good to go. I'm also encouraging the agent to look into all the simulations. So we did simulations yesterday. We spent like 2-3 hours on simulating to understanding behavior, scripting test simulations. So go win. Let's fight this off. So you should spend a decent amount of time in thinking for sure. And then you should come back and with the bigger picture. Yeah. Right, guys, we got the information. This is all. Now we'll, of course, definitely spend some time into it. This is excellent context. Let me think through this carefully based on simulations and the real world structure. Analysis of the simulations. The simulation through the agent needs to be okay. Oh, did we paste the actual data structures and my ideas? Yeah, good. Search document, your core search, parameters, the query, text type, text, formula, this is optional, of course. Document ID, optional to search within a document, of course, and that comes under one single search documents. Figure type, optional, and max 50, that's good. On a question about simple searches for table formulas, I agree no separate tools needed. The chunk type filter handles this. For queries, tables, describe what the tables contains, just listing formula, describe what the equation represent, mark number calculation ratio. This where the notes, we have to add the notes and stuff. Figures, describe what the figures show, thermal margin versus pressure graph. Search by date range or add date filter search filter. Question, where is the document stored? Is it in document ID string or separate metadata? If document ID contains the year, we could pass it. If there's a date or a year in metadata, we can filter it. Yeah, we have to, yeah, we'll add stub, like, functions for it, and later we can once we have the stuff, we can work on the stuff. That's good. We have this parallel search, a hit search, parameters, queries, list of multiple search, chunk types, optimum filter for all, and returns aggregated results. This is a broad shot, 10 to 5 queries at once, quickly map the landscape. Yeah. Category 2 is context navigation tools. Adjacent context, get your chunk context, is parameters you have, document ID, chunk order, required the center chunk, and then before 3, and then after 3. When you find relevant chunk, expand down to see surrounding context. Get document chunks already exist but with limits. Parameters, document ID, page start, page end, chunk type, max tokens, get document chunks. Okay, already exist but with limits. Yeah, if you want to read the entire document. Default refuse if document exists. Get page, entire page, parameters, document ID, page number, or page int. Yeah, just quickly see. Yeah, I just want to know this on. Don't focus on that. But yeah, you get the entire page basically. Gets a convenience wrapper, returns all chunks from a specific page. In case if it needs to. I don't know why, but we'll just add it. Get section, get your full section, parameters, document ID, headings, required match against heading arrays. Yeah, required match should be there. Mm, yeah, so let's add 7. I guess here we have, there was one question. I just want to, let's have this as a sub function for now. Later, once we figure out how we can accurately get the date of from a document, then we can come back to this. And then there was another question. That's for 7. Looking at the sample information. Yeah, that's actually an issue. The sample data is empty, but usually it has an array of text. Sometimes mostly a text in, that is the actual subheading or the heading or whatever. We will later, once we fix the quadrant, we can come back to this, but we'll have a stub function for now. Okay. Okay, so get section now, that is fine. Category 3, visuals rule, visual for figures and complex tables. For figures and complex tables, document ID or the returns the actual image of the PDF. When you use a picture chunk, so when you use when a picture chunk is relevant and you want to see it visually, yes. Table has complex rule, we only show descriptions, we need actual images. Get visual region. Your last resource visualize and verification parameters, document ID, page number, required chunk order, optional to center chunks bounding boxes, expand below percentage, return the sheet of the region agreement. Use case is disturbed when Qdrant misses inline math agents can visually check the PDF directly. Question: do you have bounding boxes stored? Yeah, for 9th one. I don't think bounding boxes are stored in Qdrant for now, but yeah, assume we will store the bounding boxes. But yeah, before we implement this, we'll probably have bounding boxes stored for all the chunks in a document. So don't worry about that. Okay. And category 4. Yeah. And yes, you have PDF access. Yeah, category 4 agent tools. Spawn research thread for subagents. Parameters, tasks, what to investigate, context, any relevant context about current investigation, return summary. Default true, just summary, full findings. Summary, Boolean. Yeah, actually, I would say spawn research thread should return full findings. That's the overall goal of it. It can have a summary, it can also return the summary as well, but it should return the full findings and summary if needed. But full findings is the main part here. Return subagents findings like cloud code example, main agent investigate terminal issues, spawn agent find this thing, subagent reads and return summary. Actually, I would say summaries are fine for now. Yeah, summary is actually fine for now. We'll just later, if you want the full this thing, we can get it access. Let's not complicate it at this stage. This filtering was recommending metadata heading. Subagent was implementation same model. Yes. Changed and yeah, so it's basically the like the entire cloud edge right now we have. It'll have access to all the tools, but it's just a sub agent. Simple. Fifth one, no token limits. All right. Any thoughts? Any, any final thoughts or make you know? I just usually just do something like this in case, I've missed something. I could have easily missed something, but Cloud could actually catch that and let me know. But also just being random. In case I get information, then that's good. If not, it's okay. It's totally fine. I'm not losing anything here. Yeah, so keep it as is. All right. So final thought on the visual tools. They're powerful, but should be used sparsely. The agent should try text-based tools first and the use visual tools when complex tables figure out. Yeah, we should make this clear system plot. Visuals are expensive, which is unnecessary. Mm, yeah, this is right. On parallel search, this is great, but great for phase one boot shop. This is great. This is great for Bloat and investigate, but results can be overwhelming. Consider duplicating results. Maybe written top pen. Agent should use his initial exploration, then switch to targeted search documents. Yeah. On spot researcher, since it's a clone based system, be careful with recursion. The sub-agent doesn't spawn more agents, or we need a depth limit. Maybe sub-agents don't get spawned research tool. Yeah, of course, yeah. Oh, what if the sub-agents launch another sub-agent and sub-agents doesn't launch another sub-agent? Looks good. So final tool summary, let's quickly take search summary, core semantic search, key parameters, chunk all of this, get adjacent tools. Before get document chunks, you can do filtering and etc. Tools, get tools, parallel search, chunk ID, view item, this thing. Mm, I think yes. Seems like you're missing some tools. For example, it's missing this. Is it a parallel search? Even parallel search, good stuff. Get visual region, that's okay. Get adjacent chunks. Why did you miss the search? Okay, wait. Bit search. Where's the search documents by timeline? Or is it a filter? Oh, it's actually a filter. Yeah. Okay. Now this tool. Okay, now what I want to do is that this looks good. Now I want you to create a detailed document that has information on the tools we are planning to build, and also a lot of information and context on the things we just think through. Like you read a lot of simulations, you read a lot of my ideas, and you also read a lot of information. So I would want you to create a document that has a lot of context and why we went with these tools, and also for each tool, why and when will those be useful. And also you would also need to in the document specify the key parameters, and just not parameters but also explain, giving some description about the parameters, so the agent at the end when we design it would actually know. Because the tool is strong but the filters are even strong. You can use the filters and uh, just solve things in such an efficient and strong way, so the filters are very strong. So I would like to include all the information, uh, like in terms of context descriptions and not examples, but yeah, whatever info we need to put them into a single document, which we will use as when we start the development on this. The thing is, I want to save as much as context as possible, so then because we're not going to directly work on tools right now because we have a little bit of issues that we can see, right? uh where is it? Okay, here. Okay, we need to work on this as well, so that's why. So we just get rid of this. We like sample. We call it sample, but sample chunks. Okay, and you should put it in a document, so then we know like the background info on why we made decisions, and why it made sense for us to have the tools. Maybe in the later we want to come down and in a few weeks change up things, then we'll actually know, okay, this is the reason why we have it, and this was the overall goal, and really have a good sense of the system as a whole. Yeah. All right, we have a good document here. Let me see. Document defines a toolset for Meridian result search. Okay, it captures design rationale, uses pattern design. Design is not a search engine. The Meridian agent is reasoning system uses search as one needs tool. The difference is fundamental. Takes a query returns, understand users' actual needs, form hypothesis, investigates system follows up, and does it. The tools must support the reasoning process, not to retrieve documents. The tool is designed to inform by realized usage scenarios where engineers need to investigate historical failures, recognize anomalies, respond to customer listening, trace references, find count evidence, and etc. The power of filters. Search tools are powerful, but filters what makes them precise. A single search document tool with well-designed filters can search across documents, search with specified documents, search only tables, only formulas, filter by figure types, filter by date range. The agent should understand what creative use of filters often solves the more effectively and multiple approaches. Yeah. Data model chunk types. Okay. Search documents. The primary search tool searches across entire documents or within a specific constraint defined by filters and this thing. Filter usage graph. Some final chunk. We need to use a found the relevant chunk but needs more context. A chunk references above something above and below that you should see. Okay, whatever. Conclusion parameters. Have this particular parameter. Usage patterns. Found the conclusion. Want to see supporting analysis. What's three document chunks? Retrieve chunks from a document. Optionally filter by. You want to read through documents systematically. You want all content. Yeah, same thing. Include subsections. With full. Okay. Top query moderate. Keep the top query moderate to avoid. Review the actual image of the picture from this. Actually, I would say it's not about whether the image is detailed enough or not. The chunks do only run I mean, the thing is, we only save chunks is that because we can't perform like semantic search across images, and we are not doing it here. So what we want to do is we want to give descriptions, and if the initial description is quite relevant, then you must read the image. It's not like if the image is not in if the description is not enough, then you read it. No, description is only used for you to find the images, and then once you find find whether that image, whether you should look at the image or not. But if it's relevant, you should read the image. This note section is completely false. Should I capture a screenshot? I also want to tell you one thing. We are not here prioritizing stuff that would. We are not here to save API cost or like VLM processing, etc. It's not the case. We prioritize accuracy here. So please understand this. So get visual region, capture a screenshot of the region. You suspect order missing content line message. You need to verify something visually that might not be captured in chunks. Text function appears to be included. Suspicious last resort when text-based tools aren't giving you what you need. Now the thing is, I saw this particular text. Sometimes there could be a scenario where if text-based tools are not giving what you need is, I mean, there could be a scenario where the information doesn't exist at all in the first place, right? And just because the information doesn't exist, this just can't fall back to taking images or reading images. If the images, this information doesn't exist, whether it be images or text, it wouldn't exist. So the whole idea is that, like, we need to find that sweet spot. You found that relevant info or whatever, but you want to verify something, uh, and if it's usually, if it's text, it's okay. You don't need to use this tool if it's like text based stuff. If you're dealing with only text based, but if you're working with formulas, this could be quite useful because formulas have a lot of inline math, and inline math might be missed in Quadrant. There could be a small chance. So then you would use this tool to get a visual region. Understood? Spawn thread, launch an independent sub-agent to investigate the event. Use. You identified multiple independent lines of investigation. One thread requires deep exploration while you pursue another. You want to parallelize investigation for efficiency. The investigation is complex enough to warrant description. Yeah. The investigation related issues, task, or find no issues. Area context investigation deep dive into the document. Fresh. Updated notes, write to agents, persistent scratchpad to quickly reference. Yeah, yeah, cool. Actually, I wouldn't hard code this stuff. We just give, because if you hard code it, you know, when the agent could make up whether it's a very simple information, a very small question could involve a big deep search, and the agent might assume, okay, this is very simple. I'm just going to do some basic stuff and all, and you'll just end up in a very bad spot. That's not what we want to do, right? So I wouldn't do it. Yeah, we're not. I mean, when we design the agent, we'll just, we won't add this to the system problem. Implementation's future advancement, there is a section button which will be added. Searching documents for the document ID doesn't exist. Tools should never clear error message. Looks good. Yeah. Now I want to draft this. I want to draft the system prompt as well, because this particular cloud conversation has like very good deep, very good information, reading simulations and our past ideas and everything. So then we want to just keep a system prompt drafted just now, so then when we come back and we actually work on it, we'll just use this as a system prompt. Okay. And yeah, let's not waste tokens. The whole idea is that I don't want to restrict it to anything, and I also want to create some randomness as well. So if you were to strict something for the agent, it will not have a lot of randomness. If you don't have randomness, actually randomness will not lead to like if the agent is not random in your sense, it should have good domain intuition. It should also have very good amount of understanding and then trying to work on things. But you shouldn't hardcode things like, for this scenario do this, for hard scenario do this. How do you know it's hard? Like, what do you mean? What we want is that we don't want the agent to underwork for a overcomplicated problem or overwork for a simplified problem. What we want to do is give it the tools. If it was to slightly overwork for a very small problem, it's okay, or slightly underwork for a very big problem, it's okay. It's only going by a very few percentage opposed to a big hard code, hard and small. You never know. Unless you find info, you'd never know what is hard or what you define as hard. Like, you don't want to strict it to say hard, and you're just spoiling its personality. So you should never do it. So understanding image chunks, picture and tables in Qdrant text description. These pictures are serve one process to enable semantic search to find relevant images. The description and summaries will help you find locate where they are replacement for the actual image. When you search and find relevant table or description, you should review the actual image to fully understand it. Yeah, the description helped you find it. Now view it and analyze it properly. You found the figure via search, and its the description indicates relevance. View the actual image to understand it fully. You found the table marked as complex. True, only a description is stored. So view the actual table to see the data. You'll need to analyze specific details in graph, semantics, and diagrams. The user is asking about visual. The hell, you need to analyze specific details in a graph. You need to analyze a specific detail in a graph. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Understanding when this tool matters. Yes. Mm, Show region. This tool captures raw PDF regions as images. It particularly valuable when working with formal and mathematical content. During processing inline math and equations go complex passing, like sometimes miss content. If you're investing settings for formula related and want to verify you're seeing everything, the tool lets you look at the original PDF directly. Important, this tool doesn't magically find information that doesn't exist. If content isn't in the document, you find it visually. uh, you want to find visually. The purpose of verification, you find relevant content, you want to ensure nothing is missing surrounding area, especially for manual deviations. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Good. Mm, Working with figures and tables. Use search document with some type picture table. Review descriptions. Identify which figures tables are relevant. View relevant. Use chunks. I put it all right. So mostly I would say visual region is usually, I guess at this scenario used for, I would say for solving for formulas. I think that 10 to 50, 5 to 10% gap we were talking about will be solved with this. Design priority, design priority accuracy over cost. The tools are designed to prioritize accuracy and image. Okay, it's good. All right, now in the document, now I would like to draft you the system prompt for tools. Now, of course, we'll be including this system, we'll be using this prompt or appending this to the system prompt finally or somewhere, but this will be part added to the system prompt of Claude. And yeah, this would be info on the tools. Yeah, I want you to draft it and just keep it inside this file because you have all the understanding. Clearly, you've seen to a lot of the simulations, you've drafted this development plan doc and everything is clean. You have a great idea on, what the prompt should look like. So make sure you draft it and keep it inside this development, inside this, inside the same agent tool specification MD. Later we'll come back to this and add it to the, once we have all the tools, we'll add it to the system prompt. Actually, no, I'm sorry, you should include it in agent tool specifications MD. Yeah, I think these tools are okay. What I'll do is that first change the system prop with just with these tools. Just give them access to tools. I wouldn't give them extra information. Of course, the mm, yeah, I wouldn't go ahead and give a lot of information on tables and images, on formulas, on parallel investigation. At least I'll keep this, but not remove this how to use this tools fundamentals, because this will actually again, stop the agent to be creative. Agent, no, you should basically figure out this stuff. We don't need this stuff, so we'll probably remove this, but it's okay. For now, we'll just keep this stuff safe. So we now have a good plan on. We've spent I guess 3 hours right now, yeah, on this. But I guess it's worth it. We should think through this. We shouldn't bluntly add tools and etc. And you would never know. And yeah, I mean, it's basically like designing it. And also, okay, I'm just blabbering here. What I'm trying to say is that when you design an agent system, it's actually like a human, right? You just think, it's a human, right? So what you like, you can't let someone design the brain. You can't let someone design, the physicality aspect of it, and etc. They'll think something and they design it, and the physicality guys, the guys who want to work on the physics part, or maybe the physical form or part or something like that, or we'll just get agent, right? They want to work on context. Some of the people who have no clue about the domain, they create the context engine. The other guys create the tools, and someone else creates the system prompts. These are three or four different brains. Like, you can't do it. At least from my side, if I were to design an agent, like, it's just single person, because the agent is sort of like a human being, and a single guy would need to, sort of sit down, look into the domain, understand a ton of stuff, and then come up with a solid fundamental foundation, and then you could expand towards it. Simple, but foundation should be a single process, and a process that needs a lot of thinking. If you want to get it right, you definitely want to spend a lot of time. For example, like in the past 2 or 3 hours, we've been spending time on just trying to see how we can influence the behavior. So now we have a great foundation of storing this stuff in Quadrant. Second, you have a great prompt and system prompt that actually improves the domain intuitions and help the model use its own training data that's already trained. You don't need to come back and give a lot of info on that. Basically, letting it be more creative, creating some randomness, but also very uh, um, a streamlined randomness, a calculated randomness, to be honest. And then what we do is that also supported by really powerful tools which filters that makes sense for our system. It's not just about search documents. It's about searching images, searching through text, finding pages, reasoning through images, finding Williamson, with a ton of things. We've gone through a lot of things, and I'm quite happy with what we have got so far. So yes, next what I want to do is that this is all there. What we want to do is to come back and we'll integrate this one by one and test it up. But before that, I there's a few missing points over here. Oops, not this. One, development plan. I saved something. Yeah, so need to check saving it. So abstract has to be there for the document. Second, there was error that we didn't save the headings and such. We need to have key elements stored in the formulas, like notes for the formulas. And then not just that, uh, then we should also the query that the agent runs should also pull in the notes as well. So search through notes or formulas as well, because I think there's, yeah, we need to see what we can do on this. So because right now we've only indexed the formula, I think. I'm not sure, but and this is metadata. So the agent need to I guess specify metadata or something. I don't know, but yeah, it's a tool call. We can wrap it around a few things. And last, encourage the agent to use the tools creatively and smartly to figure out problems and find solutions. Yeah, this is a different thing, but these are issues we want to solve before we even proceed working on this. And we've been lucky enough that we've done so much, and just now the context is about to be auto compacted. Now usually this is like stuff that takes a lot of understanding. It's not a complex there's not like a context issue. It's like you just have to have the flow. You look into the simulations, you have a bunch of conversation, and then you discuss a few things on the structure, you share your ideas, and you have a flow. And then when you create the tools in a system prompt, it'll be far superior than a compacted or a mid conversation where you only have a little bit of information and you tend to write it. That's when things go wrong. So we've been lucky enough, I would say, in some sense, that we've been able to do all of this bunch of stuff and save it and done. and now we don't before even the we hit the context. And it's, I won't say it's a trick for like solving like coding problem is, this is not an issue. But when you want to like design something in an architecture standpoint where you want to miss any damn thing, you want to have all of those information, context, having the entire context is like definitely helpful. um, all right, cool. So what are we going to do next? Next, what we're going to do is to solve these and then integrate these tools and test it. And then, of course, build the UI or something like that, just for me to see, because I want to visually see, even though it calls the visual tools, I want to visually see, is it reading the correct image and etc. So I want to build it for myself, initially using Streamlit or something. But let's see. It will be fun when we jump into the agent, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and take my lunch. All right. And once I take my lunch, I'll come back and yeah, we'll continue the stuff. All right. Come back in a 15 to 20, 15, 20 minutes. Yeah. All right. And also a good trick that you should use when you design like architecture stuff, don't take any breaks. At least the thing is like, I'll just tell you, I won't tell you like don't take breaks. I'm not a smart guy, I'm not very intelligent and stuff. So me, I just have to be in the flow, just have that flow mindset to think through things, combine everything. And then once I put everything together in a solid space, then I would, take breaks and etc. Until then I would never go. I mean, it's very different by people to people, but that's how I do it. So at least anyway, as we have all the foundational stuff right in here steady. Yeah, should be able to take a quick break and come back in a few minutes. See you. Check some comments before I go. If there was any. right. to do is give. Alright guys, so didn't expect this much time, probably like more than 45 minutes I think. But then yeah, cool. I guess we're in a good spot. We already have a few things to quickly to look at, but we've probably like taken care of formal extraction. Sorry, not formal extraction. What is it? Okay, this is not okay. This is it. Yeah, cool. So we do have something very decent, a plan to, sort of work on most of this stuff. I think what I'm gonna do right now is to fix a little bit of this stuff for me to really get any changes up and running. So I'm just gonna just get out this, don't need this. Just leaving them a check function. So I think what I'll do is that I think Claude had some changes to be done. Oh, let's see. What I want here is to just this is a different chat. It has some decent context on what we were building. So that's what I'm just trying to use this. Control. Actually, we just solve it here. What I'll do is that I mean this. All right. Before we implement tools, we need to solve a little bit of the gaps. Yeah, feel free to dig deeper, but I think we need to we need to so the things like this, we should be able to, when we need, we should be able to pull in symbols or abstract whenever we need for a certain document. And we also should be able to search for abstract if needed. Like, because we want, like, when the agent needs, it should be able to be like, it should be sort of searchable as well. So what could be best? Feel free to look into Qdrant, and whatever we're saving, let me know. Looks good. Yes, make the change. It's good. Wait, before you make this change, would this affect the order of the documents or mess with the ordering of the document, thereby causing any issues? I know it shouldn't, because you have the order, all the filtering is done, and then is that when um let me know. Practically, this might not have any issue because you're probably processing the final chunks, and then at the end just appending this stuff in the 0 to 1 place or something like that. But just really wanted to know. because I want this to have no issues, because we are working on a lot of stuff on ordering and trying to work out ordering and etc. And I don't want this to be an issue. Practically, it might not have an issue, but just let me know. Yeah, looks good. But also, you wanna know, like, also I looked at a few documents, and symbols and um what do you call it? An abstract sometimes, yeah, yeah, they're usually in the initial pages, but not all. They are also sometimes in very different pages as well. But I think that should be okay. Mm, yeah. Um. Cool. Yeah, for easier retrieval makes sense. So this is okay. We'll actually add this up, and I think if we and yeah, I would like to verify all of these changes once we process this. Take plan. Hmm, let me check the chunks. So, all right. So also small. We don't have the metadata of sections. Also, uh, also, do we get the date time when we process the report? Also, I think just going through a bunch of documents, I also think we can like if you want to have, we want to have good metadata as well, right? So let me get this. Go sample docs. Just see over here, right? Usually you are able to extract date of the create date of this document accurately on the first page most of the time. It's 1997. This is 1986. So usually that's how, yeah, that's how I could see it. So what I think I should do is that um along with the report, yeah, yeah, the first two pages definitely clarifies whether you have a data, because you have that information very much clearly, and usually most of everything. So yeah, and any PDF that I see, for example, just do not have anything, I would say this, I'm not sure how accurate this is, but you probably have this created date, right? You have, even on this you have, yeah, the first two pages is more than enough. So we want to add normalization. Yeah, I would say is that yes, report data is extracted from SPT and looking at the report. Yeah, that's good. And I would also like to pass the first two pages as images to the report doc extractor as well. And those images are only used to extract the year accurately. So for example, most of the document might have a report page, but what if if you do not, what if you don't have a report doc extract, like you don't have like a report document or a page, written. So then at least we should be able to get the report date by scanning the first two images, and whatever like whatever we can get. So what we do is that we use the so if you were able to find the report, if we were able to find the SF298 form, then that's good. If not, we take screenshots of the first two pages of the PDF, and then we use VLM to process those. Does that sound good? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah, quite simple stuff. Yeah, so I'm also thinking sometimes this is okay, but sometimes those info could also exist in the last page. For example, over here, and this is only used when you don't find the report, sort of a scenario. Like when you don't find anything like this, reports page, some of them you might not actually find. You still wanna send, you'd still wanna sort of try to extract those info, like metadata, for example, the title, the author, and etc. You understand perfectly. Primarily try to find extract specific full metadata, fall with no capture first two pages as image, as an image, you like report data, maybe title and authors are visible. This way we try to get the date even if documents without the formula. The reason why I want to try to use I'm trying to use VLM or maybe send images is that you can see it's quite complex over here, and I don't want to waste any of my time, predicting whether it's actually July 11th to 30, 1998, or is it from October 1. So it's quite complex, so you would need to get an image for you to really understand uh what is the accurate date. And also you could also, there could be some nuance like images and etc. I don't want to do any processing or post processing for this, so but I'll just go with this, and this is only a fallback, only if this was a fallback. So yeah, usually I think, yeah, it's basically doing the first page, but I think I'll do like this. Actually, I would say as a fallback, I would it would be better to have the first two pages as a screenshot, as an image sent to VLM. Mm. Yeah, cool. Awesome, awesome. So we've done two stuff over here. One is so I want to test it at the end. That's one of the reasons I'm sort of including this stuff. Um, so I want to validate the, oops, no, we just put it as a text. Symbols and abstract. Chunks. Probably not sure if probably tool changes required. Maybe, yeah. These are sort of my notes, guys. I'm just trying to actually put it here and keep it as notes because I want to validate this. I also want to validate the two pages fallback. Two pages fallback for the what? The super pages fallback to the import info data. Cool. And what else do I need to work on? There's a few things that we've done. We've sort of, yeah. I would say we need to have key elements on the following because we have, I think for formula extraction, guys, I think we're only sending the formula. Because when the agent were to use the tools to search for formulas, like the you would only need to search through text. Like you can't write the entire formula and search it up, right? It wouldn't make sense. So it needs to have that meaning of what the formula is and the surrounding context and what the formula is really related to. So the agent can process that and the formula could actually rank. So yeah, this is quite tricky. Just check the current code and just give me an info how a potential fix could be. Like I don't want to break the formula detection as well. So yeah, let's see. Just such a bad copy. Yeah, and see the images, like, oh god, so scary. And these images are continuous basically. And just, I guess, more than 300 pages. Yeah, quite complex. Yeah, I'll continue analyzing the file of listening code to understand we currently handle the proposed solution by adding context. Let me examine the relevant files. Cool. So what else do we have? That's one. Then we should have that's fine. And I think we're missing to save BB boxes for all chunks. Extract the create data. Now, do not code yet, but what do you mean by natural language explanation of what the formula represents? You can't create info, like you can't come up with info. You would only need to look at stuff that's written in the document. Or for a formula, what you should do is that uh, you basically, what we need to do is that we want to send the above 300 chunks and the below 300 chunks for each formula, and then let the LLM give the current whatever the stuff, and also a description about the formula, because you just can't create stuff. You can't, because that's not accurate enough. You understand what I'm trying to say? And also you want to say that the extracted texts are from, it could be, it could be, it could contain a lot of noise because this is through OCR, or it could be old document or whatever. So just say the above 300 and the below 300 chunks are only and only and only for reference, for generating descriptions of, for description for the formula, and whatever the rest features we have regarding the formula should not be affected. So I want to get that confirmed with you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that you have to inform that the above 300 and below 300 are only for referent contexts, and the LLM should know that uh, this will have noisy stuff. And yeah, I don't want you to interfere with anything, but you should be aware that this is noisy stuff. It's only for description stuff. Do you get this? What this? I'm not asking whether you understand. I'm actually asking that the LLM, the VLM needs to understand this, because the current logic works cleanly. I don't want this additional data to mess up with anything. Yeah, this looks good. We'll go ahead. Yeah, for example, this formula, and see this like dense with formulas. So we would probably get, sort of adjacent context, like a little bit above and a little bit before. So this would be extracted, these would be extracted, and much more. Right. And for each of the formula, you'll have, like stuff like this, and then also some formulas like this as well. Or I don't know, for example, like this is the main formula, and then you get this, right? This could be very noisy and this could be very inaccurate as well. So what we can do is that we can add padding for the image. So let's say this is the image, right? You add padding, like instead of doing this, you just add extra padding. But then you'll have another issue of the formula having other inline formulas and confusing it. So let's not mess with that, right? So text only, option knows here. Okay. Execution. What does this specific code do? Yeah, this is good. How accurate can this be? You have form, yeah, this can be accurate. I think you have description and then you have the text and then you have, yeah, yeah, this should be accurate. Yeah, because like, yeah, you don't. So if you want to use metadata, then you can't perform a direct vector search, right? Because there has to be vectorized. Metadata, I don't think is vectorized. I'm not sure. I mean, to check on that, but this would be you have one document, you have per text to be vectorized in terms of ranking, no? So then you to have, even though it doesn't have keywords like description and then dot dot and then you have the description and then you don't need that for chunking, like you just have description latex, you just have to match it, just get, you need to get a hit, so it's okay. Visualize boxes, added context or blah blah blah, prompt now included reference checks. All right, so we need to verify this as well. Validate description, validate description in formulas. And what else do we have? I think we're missing the, yeah, I think. Also, please check. I think, no, no, not thinking. Also, please check the quadrant chunks. I would like, oh, also do the final chunks have the bounding boxes for each chunk? And the answer is no, but I'm just telling it to search so it actually check the right code and it have the right context. If not, I have to say this, we did that and it says checking all of those nightmare. All of those context issues will be there. So if I go to ask it as a question, I'll check it, just check all the relevant code and just come back to me. And lastly, we accurately extract the create data document. This is already solved, right? So no bounding up to that sensor. Looking at the items POS has items position has. Yeah, should I add the big boxes to check with it? I don't know. Thinking. Items it uses as does docking provide does docking provide bounding box? Yeah, of course docking provides it. Yeah, we need to have it. Yeah, let's add it. Because our tools are very uniform and tools are very, what do you call, very general. So in case you want to even read it needs to verify a paragraph. It should be able to get the bounding boxes and verify. And so yes, so I think we get the boxes. For formulas, how to get the, yeah, for formulas again we're using same BB boxes. So Texas, yeah, start box. Because inline maths, you will probably say it's inline from 5 to all the way to 6, right? So 5 will be the bounding box. You can't be accurate, you just need to get the, like the ballpark, and then you can have like a padding or parameter on top of it. And to table chunks, yeah. So all of these items, because they come in a loop, right? You come in as a loop. If a table, you get the item with the label of table, and then that has a bounding box. And even for pictures, same thing. So docking provides it. We're not doing any hard work here. All right. So formula chunks don't have BB box because they're detected by VLM and positioned relative to the text boxes. What the hell? Mm. So if it was positioned relative to the text boxes, then mm, so I don't want to complicate this, guys. What you can simply do is that for the formula, you can give that page, the entire page as a BB box, so you get access to the entire page. If not, because it's relatively positioned to the text box, right? For example, if you remember, I'll take an image, uh, annotated image. We did this in the last listing. Yeah, so here you would see you have the formula, and when it processes it, gives you this formula is actually under 6 or 7, right? Let's assume it's under 6. And again, you have another text which is 8. So if this is under 6 or under 7, you have the bounding boxes of this. So what you use the bottom bounding box, and you use it until the start of the other bounding box. So let's say, so because the start will have like this position will be like y whatever, it could be anything, it could be how can I put it, like let's say you just call it like this is 10, this is 20, and then whatever this is 40, and this is 50. So the end of 20 and the start of 40 is would be whatever is in the middle could actually be this bounding box. So I'll be like, I'm not sure how accurate this could be, but because we wrote the logic for image extraction, what we can do is that we can use the start box, for start box, or the after box for do not care about inline methods for now. Talk about the standard main formulas. After box will actually be, let's say, 6, and what you can use you can use the BB box of the after box, maybe 6 for example. Then you use the bottom location, and then you can identify, you would know what the next text or what it could be 8, could be 9 or whatever. And then if it was, for example, after box 6, then you have 7, right? What you can do is to get the bounding box of 7, and then whatever is in the middle would probably be the bounding box of this formula. I don't know, something like that. But do you understand what I'm trying to say, or are we complicating this? Could this lead to a lot of errors? If then I don't want to pursue this, because we have a system that's working. I just don't want to, spend a lot of time and just, I don't know, just unwanted, just to get like very simple things working, because we're going in a good flow. We already have stuff to work on in case we just mess up, um, yeah, mess up things around. I just don't want it to be a problem. On this, our train derive the formula into plating after box again and the next box. But you're right to be cautious. You could lead to error. But if the multiple formulas between two boxes, yeah. What if the formula is at the end of the page with no boxes, edge cases, description? We just add to the matter searchability. Yeah. The thing is, this should be workable. This is definitely workable, but I just don't want to. Uh, yeah, yeah, this is okay. But do you even understand that if we don't have bounding boxes or formulas, then there is no real use for the visualize region sort of the use case tool we had. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? At worst case, what we can do is to give the bounding box of the entire image. So let's say starting from this and ending from this, simple. But yeah, but in this case, it's for a formula, right? Basically, what the LLM would do is to expand beyond this. So just go above and below, and then you'll end up seeing like 2 3 pages, which is incorrect. Agent can't use visual. Agents finds formula chunks via search. Agent wants to verify latex is correct. Agents call from implement the view derivation between. If you were to the formula visual verification requires viewing the whole page, which is less precise. That's one of the why. That's why when we built this, like sort of build something like this. That's what I'm thinking. Do you want to? Yeah, I can like calculate the appearance order based on the gap between off the box and the next column item. But wait, how could? Actually, true because we are sending the entire image to extract the extract the formulas, right? I was thinking that we're detecting formulas, but no, we're actually sending the entire page to detect formulas. So yeah, we'll take a shot. We'll implement this because I think it's very important. Or maybe we can work on it later once we have everything going on. Yeah, let's not complicate this. Let's come back to this later. I don't want to take a shot and have issues. No, let's work on this later. Calculate the approximate. Notes. Mm. Yeah, so I just noted this down on the development plan. We'll actually work on this later. But at least we know, because that's just one tool sort of thing, right? We can come back anytime later soon and we check it. Uh, Before we move any further, recently we worked on a lot of stuff. One is symbol and abstract in chunks. Second is if there is no report info, we fall back to sending two images to find to 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 find the report info. And the last one was to also validate the description in formulas. So what will I guess that we recently wrote some code to process all the documents in a directory. What we'll do is that we'll just process one PDF. There's one code for it as well. We'll just process one PDF and yeah, just go through the chunks and see if all of this is working or not. And we'll use this PDF for yeah. It was actually four had a lot of intricate pieces. It was also very old and yeah. It has symbol and it also had formulas. So we'll check this. And it also doesn't have, yeah, the good thing is it doesn't have a report page as well. So we should we should force the LLM to use that first two-page information to, sort of find the info on, find the info on the no, find the info on, find the sample info, the metadata from the first two pages of the document. All right, let's give it a bit and see. Oops. No, I don't think this is. We had some code where we actually did it. Mm. No, we actually had one simple code that we just ran before, and the output was actually in test output slash whatever, but there was one single line of code I think we ran. I think I should have it here because I don't want to have like unwanted code. Just have to manage them and load the context in the future. So let me get the sister one. Source. And this output actually has this ton of tests we have ran through. So we'll actually call it pipeline test. Or be like validation. This here. Yeah, so no F28 found. So extracting basic metadata from the first pages. All right, so first pages. Okay, so symbols found on page 10. Report method. Okay, but actually you can extract most of this information on the first page, first two page actually. Anyway, we'll see it in the chunks, the final chunks, so we can validate that. All right, so what is it doing? Okay, so 8 tables extracted. So table extraction is done, and also you can also see the what? Yeah, actually, this is taking a while, guys. Okay, image extraction is going on. Okay, we have one this thing formula extraction failed in formula specified. Okay, okay, so I think we have. I think we're getting an additional JSON. The JSON output is failing something with that. But let's see. And also you can see Formula One detects and it says Newton's second law relating force mass distributions. Oh damn! This actually nothing like this actually exists in formula extraction. So yeah, some issue with I don't know. We messed up something. We messed up something. I guess it's bad. And what I want to do is that first of all, I wanna just to ensure that everything works. I'm gonna clear everything on Quadrant, and I'm going to basically not clear basically create a new collection and just drop in one document and just make sure all the tools are actually visually working everything across all that all of those one document. So one is actually here. We'll do quick verification. I know some things we do have a bit of like failed info. We have symbols, but we don't have report data. You can see that's fine because we know something has gone down there. Formula, and we have no formula here, so that's bad too. Cool. There's a bit of issues. See what's going on. There are some errors, direct errors. I guess formula extraction has failed, and I can also see we have not processed the metadata using the first two images. Probably there could be more errors, so check the logs properly. And I would in a new present this. City issues. Formula extraction failed. Extracts from the yeah, this is a JSON issue with the models. Wait, what is this logic? Wait, what are you trying to do? I was updating the logging for you. You show them for. Sure, it's fine, but I want to understand what was the previous change. What are you trying to do? But all of this should come from an LLM, right? From a BLM call. Because uh, not sure if it's returning a proper JSON or what is actually going on. But I didn't see it in the chunks. Oh, this got report doctor JSON. Okay, but it didn't have the abstract. And that's true because there is no abstract in the first page. Maybe we'll see if there's any. We can get the abstract from what document is it? Summary. Yeah, there's actually summary, guys. See the second page. It's okay. It's totally okay. Yeah, there's no info. You can't depend on summary as well. Summary could not be the summary and abstract are very different things. We can use it. We can't use it. So will this be part of the final chunks? Like for example, in chunks, will I see the symbols and the report info as well? Yeah, so this is the title. Yeah, we'll run it one more time. Seems like formula section is also working. And also this the work that we do seems quite uninteresting because not interesting, very interesting, but it's all everything is like last 3 days or 4 days we were working with images. We saw a lot of visual stuff happening, painting a lot of stuff here and there. You could do a lot of things, but this is usually like just VS Code. You see the text, just form your understanding whether it's right or wrong, assumptions, everything just through the text. So after we just move after the agent, we'll have the UI, we'll have the sources being able to like, showing sources and extra, and we'll have the deployment stuff. So that'll be a bit interesting. Chunks you have, yeah. So you have the first chunk right now, which is the report. It has a title. You have metadata about the title, the person who wrote. Now your authors as well. This is also very good metadata. You also have date, date. Okay, and you can see it is August 27. So each report date could very much vary. And what we should do is to, whenever we search for dates, like we need to search it in very different format, I think, and probably in text basis, something like this, like August 27, and not really like the usual way of searching through daytime filter. And say formulas. Yeah, so let's formula for calculating the simulated file. Okay, let's open this PDF and verify it then. Flight Mach number, okay, and second one is for airflow. And you have estimated calculating for airflow, pressure, and temperature measurements. I will tell it and we'll do it. Third one is for gas flow. Fourth one is for equivalence ratio. Yes, equivalence ratio. You can see this equivalence ratio. And then you have afterburner equivalence ratio is computed on basis of unburned air and fuel, something on unburned or something. And you have that's a big fuel, unburned air and fuel entry. So right now you can see data is working. So we'll go this sort of verify the second one. This is airflow ratio for afterburner, psychometric airflow. If you scroll down, formula for this, and you see, yeah, airflow. Okay, so we'll see the last one, the very last one. You can see it in the formula detection, in the very last one. This is where's description? Description. Yeah, for what do you call it? For inline matricians, you don't need to do it. They're inline. They're connected to the main formula. You just have to find the main formula and then try to yeah, expand across inline. And formula for velocity of this thing. Formula for the, yeah, inlet velocity. Okay, so beautiful, beautiful. It's working. And all of our changes are working, I think. And BB, okay, BB boxes for everything. Yeah, what I can see is that I can see BB boxes for everything. Most of everything I can see the BB boxes. Okay, so nice. There was also one specific thing I wanted to work on. Also, there was one thing that we wanted to work on was that um, the headings is actually empty in all the text chunks or like whatever the chunk is. So we need to no, we actually have headings. I think that's fixed. You can see headings, symbols, and let's actually search for headings and go through some of them. Actually, it's empty, guys. Mm. Okay, that's actually empty. There's actually heading something here. Also, did we work on headings? Seems like all the array. I mean, I think we would use headings to find the chunks or read the entire specific section, but seems like most of the chunks do have heading as empty array. So I would need to see, aren't we using headings? What's really going on? Because dockling dockling would provide the headings and etc. So I want to know more about that. Usually, I've seen like very when I was working on things before, they would like we used to have everything used to be very clear. So found the issue the chunker checks for heading and label, but Dockling uses section header as a label. Yeah. What does Dockling provide? What's section header? What's heading? What is it? And does it make sense to store both? And you can see heading here is symbols. And yes, yeah. Now the thing is, you can have main text and also very subtext. I guess then the difference is that you'll have a main heading and then subheading. Main section, subsection. You want to pull in a specific document only from a subsection. Then you will need to store the subsection. So docklink provides labels, section headers like introduction methods, and title, document title, no heading labels. The current code checks for heading, which never matches. You should check for section headers. Yeah, actually check for section headers. For hierarchical tracking, revert with the level parameter uh, indicates the nesting depth, so we can track introduction, test setup, equipment, this may fix tree, heading tracking. Yeah, cool. Mm. Yeah, we'll rerun this. And if I after I verify yeah, if I get a chance to verify this properly, we have to change. Then this means that we this would probably mean that we need to change what is it, the search function, search tool, I think. Yeah, search pull in a certain section or something. I don't know what we called it. Mm, heading, yeah, get section, yeah. It's missing surrounding it. That's it. Six.
Krishna, Krishna, Ramayu Hari Hare Rama Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna everybody Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna.
All right, the process is done. Let's do a final check. Yeah, now we have headings here. So if you were to say, let's say you have headings or NASA, okay, you have a couple of headings now. There's like two, three, but yeah, there's a lot of randomness here. So for example, let's say you want to look at results and discussion. Results and discussion. Where is it? I think I saw it somewhere. Results and discussion. Okay, here. And you see performance level at the operation limits of turbos or whatever, and then you have this info going on. And the effect of varying combustion chamber, varying by this one, and also after inlet conditions. So if I scroll up, you can also see the after inlet conditions. So if I were to, if I come across this, if I were to search for results in discussion, it'll pull up everything. But the thing is, you can also see NACA, NACA. I guess it's assuming NASA as NACA, I think. So it's actually pulling this text as if it's the actual heading, like the bigger heading. So if it pulls this, then if it want, so basically this is the main title, right? And if it just goes above, and if you were to pull it, we'll end up reading the entire document. That's not what we want. So yeah, I'll quickly try to solve this. Okay, I can see a few issues with the headings, and I'll let you know them. And I'll just copy this. Now check this. Results and discussion is right. It's actually a section, and it has about 5 paragraphs. But NACA is actually the title of the entire document, which means it's actually starting. NACA is actually across all the chunks. So basically that is the title. So if if the LLM wants to pull everything with NACA, it'll probably end up reading the entire document. That is one issue that I see right now. Now you can see above, this is another issue where, you know, this is not actually accurate. Most of the time this might not be quite accurate, right? And you can see that there is the noise is okay, but this cannot be always accurate. This is one issue I can see. And also I would select this and put it in save. And also this is another one. uh See what I am so see the methods of calculations, right? This is a passing issue, not a passing issue, but the thing is, when the LLM would need to see the sections of method of calculation, it needs to accurately send it with all of the spaces. If not, it will actually not work. The passing wouldn't work. Also, it's unconventional, but the order that I've specified the set. I've specified the JSON and talked about it. I've specified the JSON and I've talked about it, and I've specified the JSON and I've talked about it. Right? So don't get confused in the order. Methods of calculation. Yeah, with the noise and stuff, that's what I'm not sure how accurate we can pull in from the docs. Do not make any changes to the code. Let's discuss the landscape. Let's discuss what's going on. And let me know if there's any info I need to know about docking. Okay, send it. Actually, no. Hmm. Yeah, we don't need title, so we'll just say yes. We might not need title, only section header. To OCR noise as headings, the garbage is duckling layout misclassification as a noisy element, probably a dotted line. This is dockling's limitation. Its layout, a grid makes predictions based on visual patterns, dotted lines, etc. It's fine to have noise. It's fine. Third one, spacing artifacts. Method of calculation is OCR artifacts. The original document probably has letter spacing occurring there OCR simply. The problem extraction string doesn't work. Git section miss. So collection is not equals to possible solution. Normalize white space when matching. Collapse multiple spaces. Use fuzzy matching. What? Yeah. Dockling layout model detects structure but doesn't clean OCR. It gives you okay. Yeah, the possibles. The thing is, we would so um do you want to try all of the possible solutions and try no black. Yeah, do you want to try all the possible solutions or just one strong one? The thing is, I don't expect this to accurately work all the time because there are other tools which the agent can use to see the adjacent context. But of course, this is a tool and this should work. So I'm just curious to know, could one single solution work, or would we want to have like fallbacks of multiple solutions? Yeah. Go ahead and make these changes. Good. Track headings only section either not title. Title is document. Track headings. Before you make any changes, just curious to know, does docking provide anything else uh, than section header? Does it provide? I just wanted to know just want to know the scope of what docking provides. Yeah, makes sense. Please proceed with your changes. Oh shit. Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll actually work on this stuff later. So, if you want, you can change or make changes to the. We have not yet started working on the tools or the agent or adding this to the agent. So you can update any info you want regarding this specific get section tool in agent specification.md. Don't worry about making changes for this now. You can update this file under the specific get section function. Just update that if you want. We'll work on everything later. Be like get section photo. That I wanted to validate one more thing. Damn, I totally forgot about it. What was that? Mm. Oh, what was that? What was that? It was some changes to tools, I think. It was formulas didn't have bounding buckets, calculate them. You need to mention in brackets or something like that on the, maybe like technical note or something like that, how you should how should the spacing and normalization or what your initial plan was to make it work. So when we implement it, we'll actually follow it. Okay, good. I also want to change something. Date time. What else? What else? Something was supposed to change. We focus on formula string error, descriptions, fallback metadata, BB boxes in chunks, heading tracking. Yeah, so I think good section would need to be changed, but I think yeah, that's good. Great. We validated most of this. We'll give it a one-shot go. I think everything we validate was right. We just improved the formalization, so it's okay. What else? Surely have section header. We should also have fallback if string. Yeah. So just run it one more time, but we are good to go. We are good to go. So abstract, this stuff is done. We validated all. Just remove everything. Encourage into yeah. Okay. We also need to accurately extract the created date of the document used in timeline based. I think we're missing the BB box. We solved that. Formula errors need to check. So these are stuff that is I guess done. Key elements. Blah. Yeah. Yep. Do you want to quickly make a note of the recent changes we made? Of put today's date and sort of add this in the development plan or MD, so we know we worked on this and you keep it concise as much as possible. You just need some references. I just feel like we should include it. I don't know why, but I feel like we should include it. Yeah, just change lock, my very last one. And we'll also reference this mhm, currently. No, I mean, no need. It's not a big deal. Cool. So I want to check how much context we have left. Okay, cool. All right. I think we have space to live. Work on this. So what I'll do is that I think no, yeah. So what I'll do. So I think we worked on some of the changes. Now these were the changes that we did discuss before, which were sort of like the gaps that were present, which we needed to solve before even we start on the agent tools for the agent, like adding these tools to the agent. Go through the entire agent tool specification and then check if we've solved most of the dependable gaps and is there anything that we need to solve before we start working on it. And of course, there's like, of course, a ton of context. What I'll do is that once we get an answer, I'll just go back and sort of say, just revoke the conversation. solve. Impact get visualize the region can't center on formulas. It's okay. Yeah, yeah. This will work later once we validate all of the other. We have a lot of things to integrate, and let validate. Cap date filtering is not indexed. Reported the extractor, but filterable and quarter specifies will be added once dates are reliable. What the hell? This is fine, of course. Uh, okay, so why not date filtering? Actually, no, that's that question. Now the thing is, I'm not sure if dates are standardized, but I can see with the chunks, some of the times we are falling back to VLLM and it generates date in a very form with different format, and the report date might specify the dates in a different format. But how do you think we could go about searching dates? I don't think we can use date time and directly, search you know not sure, or do like SQL date match or something. You can't do it over here because it's very entirely text based, and some of them could be 12 slash 0 slash 0002 slash 1997, or some of them could be slash 97, or some of them could be in words August 27 997, August 27 97. It could vary very much, so I wanna get your thoughts on it. Others it's fine. We know get visualized, get visual region. Once we solve, we have the note of it over here. Formulas do not have bounding boxes. We'll fix it, so then we can enable get visual region. So for now, no. Wow. And you can index it. You can definitely index it, and yeah, you can index it and also search it. I think I'm complicating it. Yeah, you're right. Dates are widely. Yeah. Qdrant can do range filters on numeric field, but not fuzzy text matching on dates. Suppose normalize at ingestion, keep original for display, and then report date here. Extractable. Report month 8, integer, reported I here. So only if we have the standard, only if this is processed by the standard, I guess it's called SFT something. I don't know. SF some form. I don't know. I have no clue what this means. And then use Python's default parser to I don't know how accurate will this be. Followed by passing field, try rejects for the year. For Qdrant filtering, index report as an integer. Uh, the thing is like this. We can have date time, but we don't need to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We just need to. Date time is okay, August, whatever. But we just need whether it's 1954 and the main filter is year. No one is going to go and say we did something on August or something, but even though he was, even though he or she would specify August, we wouldn't do August. We will try to use the year, uh, because like months can vary. They could it was probably July, but then they were like August or something like that. So that even years could vary. So what we'll do is that when they mention 1990s, we'll check the first 10 years. I think that's the plan. Just go through. Also first you stick it with 1995, then you expand the timeline 1992 one year by one year by one year by one year, and then you try to end up until you find the info, because they can say early 1990s, which can be 2000s, or it can be 1990s. Because of bad memories, they could probably we have to handle that edge cases as well. So I don't know how, because ne- I don't know how this would be accurate, but for semantic search queries like reports from 1990s or 90s would work where to expect. Yeah, yeah, for that's it. For semantic search, this will work. Yeah, at minimum we'll have the year, which covers most of the use cases. yeah, this makes sense. Do not code yet, but yeah, we don't. So the thing is like this: we just need to get the year. To be honest, we can keep August 27th, 1954 for display, and for normalized fields, I think the only thing we should care about is the year, because that is what we'll use for filtering, and not by date or not by month. So we wouldn't do that. So we'll only maximum if we were to filter, a query could actually come on, find me a report or a technical pressure document or a research we did in the 1950s or 1970s or 1980s, and they wouldn't mention August or whatever. And so we know that is quite a use case. So let's not waste time on trying to extract months, dates. Just trying to get the year is more than enough. And yeah, that is for hard stored filtering, where I mean, the field itself will be hard coded to 2000 or 1990 or whatever, but still semantic search will also work. You want to find reports in 1950s, I think you just search it up, and I think the metadata would match or something would match, and we'll also try to get that. So I want to understand, what do you think, how should we go about this? Send it. Hard filtering, extract report here, add filter params to search document, start here, end here. uh Yeah, query pressure documents in 1970s, in 1970s. Semantic search bonus. The document metadata chunk already has date and has text. Query reports from 1950s might semantically catch up chunks from 1954. Not guarantees, but can help. Implementation. Extract the report date from regex. Store it as. Yeah, the regex will actually work for, what do you call, will actually work for the standard form, as long as it has a report standard form. What if we send it through an LLM, and if the LLM gives back what is actually present in the first page? If then what let's do is that let's add an additional field for the LLM to give the year, like just the year. Could that work? And reject brush simple and handles most formats. We're looking at the document, just have it output both. Yeah, because that's the only, we're not the initial, you'll have the SF298 extraction that'll follow the same. Um also also just to make sure, this SF29 29 form uh follow a standardized date format. Wait, for if the document is SF298, then there is no concept of a VLM call. We're using regex to find all the data and all the information. We don't, if the form exists, then we don't use an VLM, right? Or am I confused? I know, guys, this is very simple date stuff. You don't need to spend anything. You just move on. But I don't know. I just don't. Yeah, just I think we have to get this right, like super right, because people might mention like 90 something, 80s, and this might play a huge role. So I just want to make the decisions are right and etc. Actually, looking at the board, finding user regex no LLM to here, extracting the once found, extracting from once found since G. Oh, okay. So we use an LLM. Oh, okay. So right, right. To find, okay, you ended the, okay, I was assuming we were using regex to find everything. Okay. So we use LLM for extract fields. The flow is dockling. Okay, okay, now I can understand. All right, so proceed with the changes. What are we going to change? And let me know. And once I confirm, we can proceed with the changes. Here's what I'll change. Add report here 1950s. Yeah, good. Make the changes. And report here would be indexed. Yeah, it would be indexed. Yeah, of course. I think what we also should do, guys, for example, when the agent performs search through documents, right? So I wanna like structure the documents like for example, let's say it's checking a few documents, right? Like I don't know, 5 or 6 document. The chunks are very different, diversified across 5 6 document. Those chunks should have metadata on the year of the document, the name of the IDs and stuff will anyway be there because then only the LLM can call it. But we also should have the year, like year of the document and etc. So we'll go tool by tool. We'll not, go ahead, let Cloud to implement the entire tool and just come back, we test it. That's not going to work. We'll implement one by one or a couple of tools at the same time and test it and then move on slowly. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. So now what I want you to do is I want to work with I want to create a test collection and process this document in Qdrant. So I hope all the new changes will be present over there. So this is just for testing. Put in a document that I can see that has images and etc. and then start querying stuff. That's the initial stuff. That's the initial I could start and verify things, right? If all the tools are working. Because if there was a lot of documents, I would never know, where it's searching, where it's really pulling from, what's the image and etc. It'll be a nightmare. So just to verify if a tool would work for one document, it will actually work for whatever document it works with. So that's the idea. I don't think we need to write any code. We have some code. I think we have some code to in just all docs. We actually have we I think we created we created some code that um process that I think this is the code from sample docs into Qdrant. Let's see what functions import checks for apply. This one docs. I think we can use this code, but I only want to process a single PDF. Actually, guys, I'm not sure. I remember we did some code. Do not write any code. Check if we've done any ingestion code. I remember that we did some code where we can pass in the directory and it processes everything and saves it's a quadrant. And there was also another code where I can actually give one single PDF, reference one PDF, and it could process it. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. If the code exists or not, just do a check and let me know. So what I will do here is that now if I were to send this entire thing to now, I want to just give this to Claude and ask it generate some basic questions to search documents. Give all the tools that we have. Um, no, I wouldn't say all the tools available. I'll be like, generate some complex questions with this. Just give the thing is that Cloud cannot read diagrams. I don't think it can read diagrams. I'm not sure how their like how their RAG stuff would work, how the image process would be descriptions, or would it only see the text and etc. So what I will say is that I'll just copy and paste the entire chunks to Claude or Gemini. For now, it's more than enough, and just ask questions and just test if the tools work or not. I would actually use Gemini because Claude might have and Google. I guess Gemini by the consumer product will have some cap on the context. So I'll use the AI Studio, it has like million contexts or something. So I used to do what I used to do before when I work with a complex doc, just get the chinks. It's a very nasty approach, but it can actually validate a lot of things. Because it supports 1 million contexts, you have to use it, right? What's the point? So I used to do like 50 documents, right? One could have ton of pages. Just get everything, all the documents with all the chunks, group it, just do control AC, and the text file is so bloated, and then the context is like 300 400K, and then I would be like, generate me test cases. Now the thing is, it the thing is we can use that's what we need, right? We're solving the context problem. You can use that to validate this, and later then you could, you can be confident, and that's the only way of doing it. I do. Or you would want like sort of domain experts to come and say whether this is right or wrong. You don't get the time of them every day. You can't let them sit around and say whether this answer is right or wrong, is right or wrong. And you can't also assume this could be right, because these are complex stuff, rocket stuff, right? Analysis, synthesis is very different. So yeah, I'll be like, actually, no, for this test, I would like to create a new collection and process the document for that specific collection. Then make changes to the CLI. Have its default behavior, but you can make changes to the CLI where I can, if I want a new to process this in a new collection, I could specify the collection. If it does exist, it can process that. If it doesn't exist, it can create and process that. I think that's how we should work. Not space p validation. Uh, Call it tool validation. So in validating tools for a single PDF, we'll get rid of the collection later. I think correction, you have to the naming convention is not right. You have to do it like the folder. You have a uh yeah, you'll understand, I think. I don't think the naming convention is right. You have to do it something like this. Yeah, this is good. I'll actually run it. this will work. So by the time it does all this stuff, what can we do? Let's get the agent tool specification. All right, so make sure you read this entire file, and we should be making changes to the production agent. Now, the agent already has a few tools, and it has, I guess, there were search documents and some other tools that the agent already has access to, but those were created initially as a skeleton and skeleton. And right now we have a new approach, which is this file agent tool specification. This was created very recently. So I would like to remove uh, uh, any past search doc. Actually, I'm just blabbering with this. Those were created initially. Those were created initially as part of the skeleton. I would like to remove them and take a fresh start. You can keep update notes and tasks as it is, those tool calls as it is, but remove the rest and let's start fresh on this new agent tool specification task, which is very different. They have a lot of filters, and you have to understand this very clearly and form the tool calls and the functions, and all the context is provided. I would like to do each, I would like to I would like to tackle each tool one by one. So we build it and we validate it and then we go for the next one. Do not code, do you understand? Because I want to, like, those are like skeleton search functions, right? I just want to get rid of all of them, and because they're very different. We have a lot of search filters here and the context is different, like it's very different. So yeah. This is done. Generating embeddings. So 8 tables, 12 formulas, 40 pictures, and total 136 chunks. Current tool has update notes. Exists was yeah, that's what I'm saying. Search documents is not incomplete. In fact, the it was designed it was designed a long time ago, a couple of days ago, where we didn't even plan for anything. So I would say is that just get rid of search document, get document chunks, just get rid of that, and let's have a fresh start. Yes. Yeah, I know. I mean, you can just update stuff, but I just want to get rid of all of them and take a fresh start. I know this is dumb, but it's fine. Cool validation. We have 136 chunks. Cool, cool. Oops. You still have two headings. Search docs. Search docs. Search docs. I think NAC is being detected as subtitle. Yeah, that's what's happening. So what we'll use is that let's not care about the first tree of choice, I think. We'll work on this later. Come back to it later, not a big deal. Let's start with search documents. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? We are not actually, maybe we're doing this is a wrong decision, but we are processing paragraphs by paragraphs, which means that, which basically means that, what does it mean? It means that you might also end up seeing very small paragraphs like this. But it's okay, we just increase the hit ratio. Not hit ratio. Instead of doing 10 top 10, you'll like do 20 or 30. It's fine, not a big deal. They're just separated clean text, right? At the end of the day. Just send search documents. Yeah, we need this. I'm adding some notes here. I also think just overwrite this. Some notes. I think figure type is not needed because LLM will generate anything it wants, and search does not match, then a problem because you might know whether it's a graph or flow chart, to be honest. What else? Get document chunks and vector file. Yeah, that's what I mentioned, right? Not I when I mentioned get rid of the tools, I also mentioned that the entire thing, the functions and also the functions from vector database. Okay, it's fine for now. What I will do is that if you want to do it, if you want to write something clean, just remove the old ones and write something clean that is for search documents. Currently, we're only searching for working on search documents. And do we need get document chunks? We are only working. The thing is like this. Just stop. Just pause. We have a lot of. You will definitely have a lot of issues with the old code because that's old code. I told you to remove anything that was old. So anyway, we missed it. If you want, you can remove the Qdrant stuff as well, and then also have a fresh start. And we're only working with search documents. I don't think if we need get document chunks because that's not in the agent tool specification. That's what we are trying to work on now. Yeah, because it's very old, right? And I don't want to just miss it. I just want to have like a clean, fresh start towards that, and we don't. I don't think we even need document chunks. We'll handle document chunks in Recursive when we. I don't think we need document chunks in the first place. I guess it's truncating if it's more than 1,500 words, not words, I think. The words or maybe tokens, I don't know. It's tokens, I think, not characters. Yeah, if you want, you can remove get document chunks from the vector code. We can have a fresh start. Also, I see some you've truncated some information. Is it tokens, characters? Why is that? I would like to know. Okay, it's characters. You was prevent the context with long chunks. So it says delete document. Shit. Oh, true. Yeah, at least add some notes to get document chunks. So it's saying that it's like sort of like a stub or some sort of basic function for now. Later it'll be implemented as if in agent tool specification. Remove truncation. No, the thing is like this. We can never truncate anything. Whatever the results you get, you just show it to the agent. If you've done document stuff, you don't want to touch anything on that. Done, no truncation, full content is shown, search document is complete, ready for document chunks. I'd like to test yeah, just a bit. Okay, sorry about that. It was in a very small family conversation. Yeah, so anyway, I was just, sort of working as well. Now you can see I've updated the search tools. Now it's searching using all the search tools. What I want to do is that just to make sure that I can see what's going on in the chunks it's received, I just need to get the entire logs for what's going on. So yeah, yeah, this is working quite okay. But the thing is, I need to how could I put it? I need to I need to see all the logs. So I would like to see all the return chunks. I would like to see like literally everything, like a postmortem of everything that's going on in a proper JSON, not a JSON, but probably like an MD or a text file. So I know, what was the tool call, what was the query, what was everything, what was the return results, and etc. And also make sure you format it properly so I can easily visualize things. Thank you. Okay, so yeah. For some reason, my Mac lags when this sort of hits. Yeah, so I would like to visually see what's going on. That's all. That's all about it. The thing is, there's only one document, so I'd like to only ask questions about one specific document. So what I would do is that there is chunks. Oops, oops, oops. Yeah, just get rid of this. Just kill this process. I think it's because of, I think it's because of s- like using embeddings and all the embedding models are running and etc. But let's see. All right, so whenever I run an agent, I guess my PC, my Mac has 24 GB RAM, and it's a MacBook, and it's a Pro M4 Pro chip, but it lags like crazy. I'm not sure what's going on inside, what is really going on. I'm sure some inefficiency is going on. Please check what's going on. It's really lagging my PC. I'm just pasting this. Yeah, I know why. Olam is 5 GB, swap is 9 GB, system is trashing. It is okay, but yeah, Python is 16. But we're using the point 0.6. Uh, yeah, yeah, we'll just disable the re-rank for now. Yeah. For now, we don't need re-rank. Once we get the GPU, but I'm sure. But I'm just thinking, there should be a workaround for it. What we'll do is that I think we're gonna test it a lot. Uh, Change the model to Haiku. It's because right now we'll be testing like not a lot, but usually I want to try the tools again and again, again and again, again and again, where the intelligence wouldn't like I'm not gonna measure the intelligence, just the tool calling, right? So Haiku is okay for now. Haiku, yeah, Haiku. I guess it's an agent demo. I just want to have a single place where I can specify the model and it should just affect everything. That's what I want. Or at least for this demo that I'm doing, if I could just specify I mean, default could be anything, but if I could just specify the model, maybe for this demo or whatever, then it'll be easy. And also, the do not hard code. The Haiku version that I've written, commented above, is the original version, so do not override it because your training data is limited. Yeah, memory is actually smooth now because it was the culprit. Collection model, cool. Cool. Hmm. Okay, so um, oh, so yeah, sorry, Divish, not sure when you mentioned when you did the comment, but yeah, hopefully if you're live. So basically, what we're doing is we're basically building uh, a, a RAG system for a fictional company that works as a contractor for NASA. So basically, they work with a RAG system that handles 85,000 documents from 1950s to till date. They have a lot of technical questions. Oh yeah, sure, for sure. Yeah, so um um the thing is like so I'll go through this maybe. Yeah, that's one good thing. Where is it? Now I'll leave the link for what we're building. So this is what we're building, a fictional company. We're building a project like sort of like a real world project that would actually so they have about 85,000 rocket science documents, and we want to solve RAG for it. The documents are from 1950s till, as they mentioned, till date. They have a lot of technical diagrams, formulas, and I also want to show you an example document. So you can see this. It's a huge document with a lot of graphs, OCR, formulas, symbols, and a lot of jargons as well. So we're trying to build an agentic system that actually can understand. First of all, it'll actually have to work locally, right? It has to work locally because you have to operate in an ITAR specified. It's sort of like a regulation. So we are entirely doing this with the open source models, which is also very tough. That's why we write a lot of custom parsers. And not sure what stage you're in. Are you like I don't know are you a pro, are you like a developer, or what sort of what sort of work you do? But yeah, this is what we're doing. It's probably like the fifth stream. I did about 3 to 4 streams before, so check it out if you want to learn about like document parsing and etc. Now right now I'm working on the current agent. So right on the right you can see it has a few tools. Right now it's just a skeleton we're working on. We have a few tools planned up, and it's basically checking a lot of documents and stuff. So on the next we are basically going to be processing all the 10,000 documents, which on a custom GPU on run pod, actually on H100. And I'll be not teaching, but just working on a lot of parallelization. And how could you use a GPU, update its drivers, and you use it efficiently as possible, and just run it for like 13-14 hours to do the document processing you want to do for 10,000 documents. So that's just what I'm working on. Where do I work? I do not work anywhere. I'm consulting right now. I do a bit of consulting here and there. I'm working on my startup. If you wish to, if you're interested in it, it's called Intraplex. It's very similar to what I'm doing right now, but I've solved this. We've solved document. So essentially, what we're trying to do, we work with pharmaceutical companies, defense manufacturers, anyone in the co- regulated space, and do also have a lot of documents and etc. We built an on-prem system that can do search locally at scale. So we work with a lot of banks. We also do work with a lot of recall. Yeah, pharmaceutical companies, healthcare regulated companies, oil and gas and stuff like that. So feel free to go and check this out. This is what I'm working on. And yeah, if you have any questions, just drop in. I'm just gonna go back and continue what I was doing. I'll watch the comments. If you would have any questions, feel free to drop it, right? And of course, thank you so much for watching the live stream. Continue what I was doing. I'll watch the comments. If you would have any questions, feel free to drop it, right? I feel free to drop in a question. And of course, thank you so much for watching the live stream. Continue what I was doing. I'll watch the comments. The agent is somewhat doing, but our question is very different from. I feel free to drop in a question. And of course, thank you so much for watching the live stream. I just want to sort of I'll watch the comments. The agent is somewhat doing, but our question is very different from. I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much for watching the live stream. Actually, I'm self-taught, guys. So I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much for watching the live stream. Actually, I'm self-taught, guys. So I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much for watching the live stream. Actually, I'm self-taught, guys. So I've been always. I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much for watching. Actually, I'm self-taught, guys. So I've been always. I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm self-taught. I studied. I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm self-taught. I studied. I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm self-taught. I studied. I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm self-taught. I studied. I do have a degree. The agent is somewhat doing, but actually dropped out from topic, right? So I feel free to drop in a question. The voice will echo. Damn. Okay, I'm sorry about that, Divesh. To answer your question, I actually had something turned on and started echoing. Sorry about that. Hopefully the audio is okay now. I was saying that I studied in Sri Lanka. I'm a Sri Lankan. I'm currently in Sri Lanka as well. My startup, my brother and I are working on my startup, and of course this is very educational. I wanna just show you how we build systems like this. My education was not really, what do you call, like, I do have a degree, but I dropped out in the very last moment. But yeah, my way of learning was very unconventional. I learned from everything, whatever I can find, and tried. I'm of course a self-taught engineer as well. And yeah, um, yeah, the uni. I mean, of course, my background is computer science. I did my exams on computer science. My education, previous experience, I've been coding since 13, 14. So yeah, my startup journey is like from building like bots, Python bots, automations, and etc. So that's my background. What can we do? Let's go to AI Studio, Google Studio. I'll be like, uh, this is no, like this is the past version of the documents that I'm working on. Actually, not past. It's now. I would want you to go through them and give me a simple, medium, and a complex query, which I could use to test my RAG system. The complex one could be very complex, the medium could be very medium, and the simple one could be quite simple to medium. Form it as a real world query, something, an actual, someone working on an aerospace documents would actually sort of go through. So, right. So, and I'm going to go ahead and send this. Now, of course, this is such a inefficient way of doing it, guys, but I don't know, I just have free credit, just use it, right? And there's a million, I think probably like a million, easily 300, 400 level of context, I think. So I'll just use it. So the question is, what would determine to be the most desirable combined searchable length for the afterburner type investigating this site? It's a very simple question. It of course it ensures that the search tool is working. That's what we're trying to do. We are not validating the system. We're just trying to see whether the search tool is working and does it search images and etc. I want to just try this out and just send you that. So I'm gonna go ahead and replace this question with an actual question. So we'll put it like this: put query equals to, we'll send this query and we'll reset this, and what I want to do is to collect all. So the overall goal again is not to validate the entire system, it's just to validate, to be able to just validate whether search tool is working or not, right? um, and also make sure you update the logs code, not the logs actually, shit, it's actually in the logs. Also make sure to update the terminal, the CLI, to show any filters that's passed as part of the tools as well. So I can see search documents, in case the agent were to pass any filters, make sure I see that as well. I'm sure the agent is not actually passing any, what do you call, any filters, but yeah. And I think, yeah, 135 lines. What is that? Just to validate, yes, whether it's working or not. Based on, yeah, it's a very simple question. So, I mean, of course, even any RAG baby chatbots can handle this. Let's, of course, try this. On this. And you can see k equals to 15 is actually the, what do we have in it? Is actually the filter here. Search documents, you have doc equals to 4, that's the document ID. And it's searching, so it's searching like it's searching inside a specific document, I think. I found the data class with questions answered classic and suggesting whether getting sources, and it's also given the exact sources. Okay, so we'll try a complex query. Try this. Wow, so nice. So completed, located in it's actually, I don't think it's NACA or NASA. I don't know. I think it's NACA. It's something. I don't know what's NACA. Let me actually find this. I'm actually working with this document. I have no clue what NACA is. What is it? And give me some basic background context. Question, what NACA? National Advice. Okay, I was assuming it was. Oh, it's not NASA. It's actually NACA. Usually, NACA was U.S. government agency that existed from 1915 to 1958, and this document is 1954. That's where you can see that. His job was advanced aeronautical science, basically to figure out how aircraft would fly faster, higher, safer, and more efficiently. Wow. Why NACA method? Okay, okay. It's not NASA. We can validate that. And I think we also have a couple of NACA documents. If we ever click that, I think is NACA. Oh, yeah, this is National Aeronautical and Space Administration. No, that's NASA, not NACA. But this is different. National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. Cool, but you're still under the branch of NASA, not NASA, I think. So it's okay. And yeah. So completed, found all of the information. Tasks are completed. Key findings extracted. Cooling this. Now the thing is, I can see that tasks and notes are. I guess the agent is missing that. So yeah. Based on my investigation, I can now provide you with a comprehensive analysis. The engineer's proposal. Okay, cool. I'll be like, I'll just send this. I'll just send this. I tried the complex query with the agent, and I got back this. Rate it and visually show your rating and give me some comments. Of course, this usually would be right, just to validate. This is excellent. Nice. Yeah, but still, we're not evaluating the system yet. We just, this is just a basic tool test, whether the tool is working or not. And small areas, while it mentioned 105 pressure, it could have been more explicit about stating the station 6 pressure is a direct proxy for the flight condition. This just the slight effect that the agent. We'll actually run this with Sonnet and see whether it's actually a prompt problem or a model problem. Because you'd never know, and you'll just, just waste time trying to fix a dumb, trying to find a workaround for a dumb model. We'll try Sonnet. Okay, perfect figure. Okay, this is more active and this is more proactive. I can see the level of depth of nodes plus and also tasks and also the entire search documents. Like it's searching for a lot of things. It's just a model related thing. The model is just intelligent here. So it's updating the task, it's updating the nodes, and you will have the final response. Yeah, so what I'll do is that just copy this and send it one more time. I tried it one more time. Now, yeah, rate this. Yeah, the second analysis has moved from understanding the gist to precise engineering extraction. Yeah, cool. And where did we miss the 0.2%? Actually, the 0.2%. Again, the agent did not hallucinate the missing graphs. It used the textual evidence to reconstruct the trends that were obvious, obscured in the picture. This is gold standard for RAG performance on legacy. One minor note, the agent included document ID. This is likely an internal ID that does it recognize and distinguish. Yeah, this is okay because anyway we need to. So what we do is that when it does stuff like this, we try to grab this from the backend and try to show it in the UI. Cool. This is nice. We'll switch back to uh, Haiku. And yeah, what is there for us? I mean, search document is working quite well. Um, Figures, docs, this and that is good. So yeah, we'll move on for the next one. Yeah, this seems to work well. Now update the progress in the agent. So what's the file? Now update the progress here, and let's move on for the next tool. So this is just search tool, right? Search is very basic. You have just to reiterate, in case someone is just jumping in, we have different tools for very different things. Yeah. Anyway, no point talking about it now because we spent a lot like hours figuring this out. So you'll probably be lost if I ever talk about it. I think next is get adjacent chunks. Okay. Search documents, pending, update notes, complete document, adjacent chunks. Okay, and that's the next one. Okay. Update the progress, get a next tool instance, purpose, expand context around chunk by retrieving before it was reading order. It should specify the document ID, the chunk order, the order value of the center chunk. Before I think there was also some logs file. Before I will actually look into the logs and come back. There was some logs saved. I hear you can see. And just see the amount of because we actually allow paragraphs. It's actually looking to very basic stuff. What we can do is that make the default k to actually 20 or 25 because we know we'll end up in a very bad spot if we come across this noisy data. But still, the agent can still pull it off. It's not an issue because it's just reasoning and coming back, reasoning and coming back, reasoning and coming. These are very small, sort of hyper small parameters I can tune just to make things little bit more efficient. Sometimes you'll never. sometimes like it doesn't, sometimes you would never even you can't even benchmark it or just see the value of it, but just very basically it's also based on intuition. Like I don't know the reason why I would do it, but I feel that it should be 20 or 30, something like the number. Maybe it's because am sort of, worked on this in the past, and I have some sort of understanding or clue on how this could, go out. So okay, what else? Cool, yeah, let's go ahead and implement this. Wait, I would say scrap the get document chunks and use this instead. No, actually, no, wait, that's different. No, do not check. No, yeah, do not touch get document chunks. Let it be as is. We'll probably remove it very later. Uh, Make sure this is a fresh code and tool. Okay, and I also want to know whether each chunk would, okay, so you can see the order 58, right? In a given document, what's the order of it? And what this would basically do is that it'll help you read above whatever, like you want to read from 50 to 78 or something, the first 10 chunks. I'm just trying to mimic on how, when I come to a paragraph, I don't go ahead and search for the TOCs and etc. I just, sometimes to get a feel of the paragraphs, just go up here, just go about, just, form a conclusion about what the paragraph is, and then base my stuff, uh, base my understanding of whatever depending on it. Retrieve chunks adjacent to specify reading order and calculate the order range, depends on the order, very basic. Let's go for this. Okay. We'll use Haiku and how we configure something. Just just to check whether whether it has access to the entire conversation history. Okay, this is your first question in the conversation. Just ask it what will. Sure. Yeah. I think we should manage the conversation history. Not a big deal, but just for testing. Oh, just for testing in case I want to ask like follow-up questions. Now you can have different modes whenever you design an agent as well. For example, let's say you messages. Okay, so let's say you have, you just ask a question, it does a lot of research and it comes up with you, and there's 202 calls, 202 calls, it comes up with the entire like the final response. You can have a max mode where I guess Cursor does it. It used to do it before. I didn't use Cursor for a long time. Where one option is if you have max mode, you will have like not just a response of the model, but also whatever the tool calls the model did, and even like part of the context. If the user were to ask a follow-up question, it doesn't need to even sometimes look at the or perform any tool calls because the context already has that information. When I used to work with a lot of open source models, I know a lot of this context bloat will actually make it less intelligent. So what I used to do is that turn off that sort of max mode. I don't lose anything. Do all of the work and then just keep references of that and just output the final response. And the context is that it uses 600, 700,000 thousand sort of tokens, but at the end, the conversation itself is about 60,000, 7,000 tokens at max, sort of like that. It depends on what situation you're solving for. But this, if you can afford max mode where you can have all the maximum information, and because you can't do auto compact sort of like what Claude does over here, you lose a lot of aspects, you lose a lot of information. And yeah, and it's not like bugs, you have problems and then you solve it, but this is not, you can't solve bugs here. These are like quite accurate information that each, like they do not care about any autocomplete or anything. They just operate at the speed of thought. They just type in so much of information, find this among hundreds or thousands of files, and form like a report, or form presentation, or form like a rocket failure testing manual, whatever, or a report to a customer regarding a failure on chamber test or something like that. So then you can't mess with, we have this sort of stupid auto compact coming in the middle, that'll actually be um but we can do something like that internally. We'll try to do something creative here. We just have to think through it, that's it. Say, for example, this compacting conversation cannot just come, and the users will get frustrated because there's so many nuances that they talk about. And once development is okay, because you have like files, you literally have, you just make changes to the file and you have them. Like in conversations or like stuff like this search, you don't, like once you search, you don't change anything in the document or keep it somewhere, right? You have the entire conversation. If it goes down, it'll definitely everything will goes down. Everything will go down. So depending on the situation, now this can work very differently for a, what do you call, for a conversation bot, where you just don't wanna, you can do like an auto compact and still keep all of the conversation and the memory or whatever you want and just have it in a file and then pull that. But for stuff at this, working at where accuracy matters more than the cost, where you weight it, when you do the weights of, whether you wanna push accuracy or the cost and etc. Like accuracy should be not 99.9%, it should be 100%. Not even, we shouldn't even have 0.1% miss. Okay, let it make the changes. Yeah, this is what we're doing now. There's no max mode, nothing. You're just appending the, still append the history of continuity, raw content. The hell is it? It's fine. Just, no, no, we would need to test it. My name is Raj. What's my name? Sure. What was my first message to you? Sure. I'm just messing with the model. Cool, cool. Let's go ahead and test it. Let's come back. Hey, what are you capable of? Well, yeah, I'll just paste this. Yeah, nice. See, get adjacent tabs. And see the amount of the tool calling. It just found the first. It just found the right document. It didn't search. It just found get adjacent chunks up and down, maybe +2 and -5, and it just bashed off the final answer. Looks very good. See the power of this tool is very simple, but then just the perspective difference and the sort of the ability that you can give a model in a generalized sense is and let it solve problems, with the tools and etc. without hard coding stuff. That's quite powerful. All right, guys, I guess we made a very decent program. I'm gonna take like a 30 minutes break, go back, have some get some dinner and come back. Where is this creative dinner break pick? I need a dinner break pick, but this time it should be landscape. And feel free to surprise me with something. I love, so just see the images, guys. The model generates like, yeah, you can just it's like your personal artist. More under Northern Lights. Interested to see how would this look like. Cool. Of course, yeah, Sibri Srinivas. Thank you so much for the comment. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. If you're getting starting hands-on very early, use the Notion and try to do something fairly simple for now, and scale down version like a couple of hundred docs, like 100 docs, I would say, but solve for very different sort of docs, and then you could sort of try to change it, and then you could increase the complexity. Don't try to jump into complexity quick yet. Try to solve the basic stuff, and then you can easily jump into complexity. So I wish you good luck. If you have any questions, feel free to drop it in. Right now, I'm actually gonna take my dinner. My parents and my brothers are actually waiting. I'll go back and come back in a few minutes. But feel free to drop in your questions. And if you want to connect to me on through LinkedIn, feel free to hit me up. Happy to connect with folks. Um, yeah, just search me up, name over LinkedIn and just get the link, right? I don't want to send links or something like that, but yeah, cool. I'm gonna get some lunch and get back. Sorry, dinner, and in like 20-30 minutes. And feel free to drop any questions, and I'll be in a bit. All right, see you in a bit, guys. All right, guys. So yeah, just came back from dinner. Mm, we'll be working. Okay, yeah, cool. We'll be working on this adjacent. Yeah, chunks is also right. You find the order. Two up, four below. I think. Yeah. Cool. Like, then I would probably go back and just say, uh, create real world scenarios, but I want this to be super complex, where it probably needs to, look into many different aspects and give a response. Yeah, what shall we do? Sonnet. Rerun this query. Delete this. Delete this. What the hell? Now give me a very complex scenario. Not like at least. I think I'm just sending the results. Yeah, this is okay. And I'll be like, please give me a complex scenario 10 times than this, which involves understanding different parts of very different documents and coming up with an answer. I just want to even adjacent chunks, I don't want the answer to be like in between paragraphs. Should be very different outside here and there. Okay, this seems to be a complex one. No, it doesn't have any hypothetical documents. There is no hypothetical documents, just one document. But I'm just, whatever the max you can give it, please do give it. Of course, because, complexity increases when you have multiple docs, not a single document. But yeah, just to get a feel of the adjacent. The hell is muscle culture, the process design. Okay, this is okay. Normal culture, the purpose design, then the formula, result discussion, and etc. Let's send this. This is running on Haiku, right? A very small model. Shit, something's going wrong. Oops, shit. I would like to kill the agents session. How do I do it? Yeah, but it's probably with the outputs format or something. We'll do here is that have a new this thing. The hell? Copy as text. Copy as marked. Okay, so I can see key questions, no differences. Probably the tasks will be priority one, local primary document, physical mechanism, final, and all this stuff. Wow, good. I think got it. I think we're extracting symbols and stuff, right? When it's working on a on a single document, I think we should yeah, we'll send it. I think we're not using the max of the platform, but we'll do it. We'll do it as we move on. Yeah, I think it got the exception. Mathologic, because we have really good formula detection and etc. So that's good. Cool, but all right, let's move. Let's update the doc and move to wait. Let's update the doc. Just update the this document, nothing else. And let's move. And what's the next tool? Give me some intro and info. Yeah, so retrieve chunks from a document option filtered by page rank or chunk type. Sometimes when I forget, like, why even with this agent. Hmm. Now, of course, we designed it, but I totally forgot. What's the difference between search documents and using their filters and get document chunks? What's the difference? I think I this is we missed something or something is here because we searched and in through no, I think everything. Yeah, yeah, sorry. Entire document or something. Good question. Yeah, great question. Great. Okay. Thank you. Search documents. Cause a query, semantic searching query, returns crystal relevant. Show me pages of these documents. Good. Yeah. Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense. I guess there's already a get document chunks, which is some old code, which is also used for some deleting documents or something. So what I want basically wanted to scrap that. Yeah, I basically look into the old one if you want, properly remove that and update or update the code to what we want. But yeah, we want the new get document chunks to work properly. And yeah, now there's also one thing I want to note is that now for nomenclature and nomenclature and symbols and initial document abstract and metadata, I think we need to somehow pass it to the model or something. No, wait. We want to we want to reconsider whether come back to this later. Return chunks from a document. Return chunks from a document. Build filter conditions at page range filter if specified, at chunk type filter if specified, query quadrant. Okay, okay, good. Cool. Now for nomenclature symbol not using it properly, we need to rethink this whether we want to whether we actually want to each chunk different. Maybe have a different tool to pulling in a document symbols, nomenclature, or maybe even abstract or whatever. We have to rethink this. Cool, let's test it. Let's go ahead and test this. we can, I guess, use the same. Oh, I think I can see the actual formula itself. Very good. Such a Yeah, we'll actually verify this one more time. One more time, guys. We'll just get the response. We'll just file this query off one more time. And okay, what the shit? This design review shit. Remove the cap for the input for Intraplex mode. Check this file. Cool. Our entire query should go. I think so. No, I'm not able to uh, type more than certain characters. Like I can't type more than 50 words or something. Like I'm blocked. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because we need. I'm just trying to. I'll be probably testing this a lot through the terminal, so we need to have this properly configured. Cool. We'll send it. No, it's using Git document chunks. Nice. From 6 to 8, from 12 to 6. I guess it's a page. Wow, it got really good. The formulas were quite accurate. And this is only because of our parsing, right? Proper parsing leads to, I think it's working really well. Let's see. Wow, ton of mathematical formulas, ton of equations. We'll actually use Claude to just see it, format it properly, nice and nice. Good. This is Haiku, and let's see how Haiku has performed. This is the question I asked, and this is the response I got. Please rate it. And then I think it should be a good response. But there's a good chance the a constant. Let's actually run this one more time. I'm not sure whether Gemini is hallucinating. But I'll see if format this properly. Can you see this stupid shit? Oh god. Before it was hallucination engine, now it's like it's extremely high quality response. Maximum transition from retrieval diagonal tool. This thing, everything seems to be right. I mean, of course, everything is based. This will be right. That's what I want. I just wanted to fact check it. It's like, are you sure this is actually right? The does it go? Does it is it as? I mean, yeah. I just want to know whether it's actually right or is it making up information. And just see the answer, guys. From the ideal gas law. Looks nice. Looks good. A ton of mathematical equations and formulas. The thing is, it can be wrong. That's the thing. It can be wrong. I'm just testing testing what do you call it? The testing the tool call. But yeah, seems quite nice. Seems like visually it's quite appealing for me. Yeah, we could be wrong. I can 100% certain that it's not making up information. It's performing extremely high level audit on the document. Cool, awesome. Which means Haiku itself is working good. If you go to search, we're not still there for Sonnet or even Opus yet. Just think about what at like no, let's not let's just downplay it, right? Hopefully let's figure this out and let's see. But hopefully, yeah, that should it should be good. Those should be good. Good. This is great information. But yeah, what model are we using? I don't want this to hallucinate a lot. What model are we using? Gemini Flash preview. Hey, that's it. This is the Pro version. This is Pro preview, right? And this is paste the chunks we got. Of course, it's not like the proper way of doing it. In fact, like you can just remove all the BB boxes, like pass it and give it like a textual MD. But it's okay. I need something super, 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 super complex. I don't expect the system to, let's see, I think, let's see, we might get this right. Copy as markdown, remove all the markdowns here, just get this. Yeah, so let's just see. The gold standard answer, cooling penalty, stability gain, pressure efficiency, and a synthesis. We'll give this, paste as one line, and send it. Yeah, see, search to table, got the past table, I think. Later, you could also, of course, look into images and etc. Like table as being an image, and figures, like actually take a look at the figures and etc. Cool, let's send this. I don't expect too much from it, but yeah, let's see. Okay, I tested the complex query in the system and I got back this. Rate this. Actually, evaluate. Exceptional high quality response. Good. A plus. Good. One logic flaw mathematics. This system had a minor mathematical error stability gain section. System stated 5 foot versus 3 foot estimated roughly one third of the equation was the correction total linear 3 4 7. Mm. I think yeah, maybe it's a model related thing. I don't know. Let's maybe test it with. Let's test it with Sonnet. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying Sonnet just to see if it's like a model related thing. Let's see how it does the note how it performs. And of course, in this case, pictures can be seen by the model once you have the stuff working. Well, let's see. Yeah, maybe this is like a picture oriented thing because you're only capturing the descriptions and you're not seeing the. But still, the Gemini also did. Gemini has access to descriptions as well, not images. Uh, so yeah, I see. All right, I tried it one more time and check it. I think this is looks comprehensive. So did it get anything wrong? Yeah, so there was a minor error in the calculation. In previous years, there was a minor error. Math check. Whether the system is slightly underestimated the benefit, treating 5 feet more like a midpoint, treating 5 at close to 6. Those often diminish the flattened curves. Estimate have okay, maybe this is a good point. Note this down. Let's see. So overall, I think this is good. Yeah, but we're trying to work it on 100% accuracy. Okay, guys, so that tool is working. Looks good. Let's update the document and let's move for the next one. Give me an intro on what's the next tool is. Get section retrieves all chunks belonging to a document section based on heading text retrieve. Now, before we implement this, there's a small caveat here, or something tricky here. Before we were trying to solve, I mean, with the context, you can understand that we tried to solve headings where we removed the title and we only wanted to add the section header. I want to, just give. I'm not sure if I reprocessed it, so let me reprocess this. Oh, it's actually called tool validation. Oh, actually, I think we're dealing with an incorrect chunk. I think, I don't know. Let's check. But I can see headings are like this. For example, you can see the selected text. I know that we made changes to the code where we skipped title, but still we're getting headings. But I think we're assuming, I think this is also section header. Now, just we need to spend some time on it. Let's check on this. I'm not sure if I don't know. Yeah, I think we can filter by position. What we can do is that uh, let's do this. I don't think it's very useful. I'm not sure if you need this tool because I can see the OCR has some issue. Not OCR has some issues, but this is such a noisy layout detection model. So I am not sure. So what we can do is that we'll only find headings. Let's do this now. All right, so I'll just tell this. So yeah, so because we're using a very noisy OCR detection layout detection model, we can have all of these noisy issues depending on the amount of document we work with. So maybe we need to, reframe this tool, not reframe, but just, add some sort of info about this tool is that this could return noisy information. No, actually blabbering, guys, again blabbering. Depending on the type of docs. But now what we have to say is that headings could be NSA results and detection. What can we say here? Now, so we have to, sort of accept the truth that we're dealing with. So what we have to say is that we will only try to get the headings that we will only try to get. So we'll only try to sort of fetch headings that probably have about, I don't know, yeah, two titles or two strings or something like that, which means that it's actually following some sort of tree layout. And then what we can do is that we can try to use the last we can try to use the last available last presenting. For example, here results in discussion, the last or the latest string in the array, and then we could use that. And if it was only one heading, then we wouldn't take the risk to actually find it. But the thing is, we have to tell the model that this is sort of like a very tricky tool where, depending on the document, depending on the OCR, this could return, proper information to pretty much crappy information as well. So it's a very risky sort of a tool, I would say. Not risky, sort of tricky, depending on the type of document you work with. So I'm not sure how you want to go about this, but I can see, position is definitely a good way to think about it. Um, anyway, don't code yet. Just let me know your thoughts. We'll just try to see what Claude thinks about it. yeah, for now, just work with matching, and yeah, your thoughts, it makes a lot of sense. So yeah, m- make sure to add the tool, but yes, with all these notes. What the hell is this sound? Sanjay, ఒకవేళ లైవ్ లో క్లిక్ మన మౌస్ తిక్ 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 ని సత్యం ఎగుతాం బట్ yeah, so ठीक है तो சும்மா லைட் ஆகும் ஓகே ரைட் ஓகே 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 நீங்கள் ஏஃபோனில் தானே கேட்பீங்க நீங்கள் ஏஃபோனில் தானே கேட்பீங்க அதே லைட்டாக தானே ஓகே ஓகே alright, I was actually checking. I was just I can see in OBS the sort of mouse tracker that sort of moves on when I click on the mouse. So I wanted to make sure it's not there's no any echo. The voice is clean, so it's okay. Now, before you make these changes, now I think the agent will get, first of all, get access to these headings when it searches for documents, right? Like, or something like that. And then in that, would we specify the headings with, if there was two strings, would we specify all those two strings, or should you only specify the deepest or the last one or something like that? Because if the agent has two strings, it might actually search for it, right? Just want to know. If we only filter on the last one, then we better just show the yeah, or maybe even let the agent know the tool call. I should have deepest link or something like that. So don't go. Just I'm just trying to ask you on this. Oops, this for flow. All right, so what I was asking is that now, how would the agent know which heading to search for? Is it after any general search documents where you return the headings presented? And if the if the agent want to sort of search NACA, actually should right now it wouldn't actually return any results. But I just want to know, should the agent be aware of this, that this depth level and etc., where it should actually use the last depth level, or maybe even you filter it even before sending it to the agent's context or something like that? Just curious. No, I guess it's better we just add guidance in tool description. And if some ways it was to search for the first one or something like that, we in the tool description itself, we return it as a comment saying this is because it doesn't have this depth or something like that. Return like a good insight uh, um, to the tool call it just made or something like that. I guess we can figure that out. Do not code, just let me know what you think. And I also like your hybrid, that bold sort of aspect as well. We can incorporate both of them. What do you think? And combining both, here's what I think. Soul description guidance. Yeah, looks good. Make the changes. I would like to know two things. One, what if there was like 3 or 4 nested lists on the same array? Yeah, basically like like NACA and then NACA and then you have X, Y, Z. Okay, actually Z, sorry guys. And what does this filter do? And also I think by default it's false. No, actually, no, it's true, but yeah, I would like to know how would this subsections work if there's only one depth or one level of depth included. Shall I explain multiple nesting levels? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, please make the fix. But before that, what if the agent searches for sensors or test equipment when include subsections is true? Good question. Okay. Before we move to the next tool, I also want to know one more thing. When you return the results for get section, do you also want to add this sort of warning, not a warning actually, but a note saying that, it depends on OCR stuff and results might be, up and down sort of like what we mentioned on the tool call. Would you want to mention for each result, not each chunk, but the full, like whatever result, like one result you give it back, there is the response or the return the result from get section. So the agent is quite aware that, in case, basically, just increasing the awareness of the agent. I don't want it to sound like a warning, but some sort of note like what you did with the tool call descriptions. So let's go on test. Should we using the Sonnet version? Yeah, I don't think it used this tool. Maybe the query is very simple and it sort of found out it. Yeah, it just did find the answer. So we shouldn't force anything as long. But I just want to try. I'll ask Claude itself why didn't it use this tool? Why didn't you use this tool? An extra security recognition. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you can't force anything. Uh, yeah, first of all, we'll tell it to. uh, I would encourage you to use this new tool. I'll just paste this. Yeah, it's finding its section. Let's see. Yeah, this is quite clear. There was only one simple call. You got the entire section, is giving you the entire answer. Are the logs saved to interactive mode as well? When do you think you would want to use get section, or when do you think you want to use document chunks? degraded document like 1950s. Good. So when you search for document or chunks, do you get access to which year the document was generated? Like, is it part of like your metadata or whatever? Like, do you get info on that? Mm. Yeah, I think we need to also send the document from when, like when is this document from? So it can sort of predict whether it needs to use, could the OCR be garbage, or if the document is from 1990s or 1985s to the early 2000, then it's like OCR is okay, we can try get section. If not 1950 documents, just not depend on, or just not even depend on get section, because we know OCR will like bluntly fail. Uh, so yes, yeah. So let's add that. Maybe we should have a tool to get access to document metadata or something, or at least for each result, we have to mention the document here as well. So it knows whenever you want to read a document, whether it makes sense to use certain tools depending on the year the document was published or something like that. So these are notes, guys. I'm just not, I'm made no changes. These are just notes. I'm just, adding it. Maybe when we come back or later, we'll just make these improvements. No, currently the lockdown says Socialog is only uses singularly remote. Interactive mode just prints the console receiving. Would like to add the logging to interaction mode options. One log per session. All queries are in one markdown. Shows the full conversation. We'll do one log per session for now. So for every new session, we'll just have one file, and it just keeps on getting replaced if I create a new session or something like that. Option. Use option one. All right. All right. We'll just ask some basic question. What tools do you have access to? Mm. Okay, no ability to access documents outside Mendel. No ability to run calculations or simulations. Maybe this is useful for rocket. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure if it's useful for these guys. Because if I had conversations, I would have known whether you need to have an environment to run calculations or simulations. Yeah, we'll actually ask Claude and see. No full text keyword search is semantic, and I want to add keyword search. I don't know why. I feel like we can add keyword search. Search is semantic or intent based. Okay, yeah, cool. So this will save everything. We'll put it. In the meantime, we'll go to one of the cloud. Okay. Now I was just working on the code, and I came across this particular thing. Uh, let's say bare elastic here, but do you think in our system having a way to run calculations and simulations would be useful? And like, be real here, because this is an LLM. I'm not sure, I have no background context on what a simulation means, what a calculation means, and etc. But in a given document, we're actually accurately extracting all formulas, tables, um, and equations and etc. So that's like very accurate. I'm not sure if that could be useful to run calculations and simulations. I want to just know some background information, not just that, but also if it's useful, how useful will it be? And yeah, just give me a few use cases. Cool. This was random. I didn't even think about it. Claude just spit it out, so I'm just asking. Next basics really. I will just ask this. If now we can remove the conversation. Yeah, this is saving the logs. Just save it. Because like simulations, meaning running rocket science simulations is different. Like you can't run that here. It's a separate software. You need to you need to create this digital model and etc. I'm not sure it's that's the question. Maybe if you want to validate formulas, or if there is any like text-based, mathematical-based scratchpad where you can run mathematical functions, validate a few things like install PyTorch certain packages and make create graphs and etc. Like custom graphs and etc. on like real time. Maybe then it's useful, but I don't know. Let's see. Multi-step engineering calculations. Yeah, we can design a code interpreter. Oh no, no, it'll become complex. Okay, LLM can set up calculations interpreters, but they shouldn't be trusted as execute completely. That means reality. Hmm. Sanity across document. Thermal margin threshold to say failure to say human engine would even think okay 2007% above 2007, but anything extreme. This suggests a margin regression is in line. It is worse. With the calculation capability, agent's reasoning do this, but the margin was succeeded by 12%. The agent is in finding documents doing mental math like an engineer. Okay, good information. Use case 2, applying extracted formula. You mentioned you accurately extract formulas. Yes, here's what becomes powerful. A document contains well, I don't know how you call that, but search is equals to whatever the equation where P is equals to probability density and speed of propellant. And the agent finds the formula is water hammer analysis document. The user asks about the system without with specific permissions parameters. I found the Jusky chokes. I don't know. Wow. Equation for water hammer pressure rise for the customer's NTO system, NTO density, speed of listing, API search at the dominant. This is very close to sort of API search. Sure. The agent looks at formula from historical analysis and apply to the current situations exactly. So I don't know if it's a scratch pad or is it just could this be just thinking. This thing of course I can understand it's some calculator, but yeah, it's just calculator and that's different. But interpreting extracted tables, what thermal margin should be accepted into the thing. No, this is just thinking. I think what we should have here is code interpreter, um, the mm, sort of like a sub agent where the agent can. But the thing is, this is not part of the RFP, right? This is not part of the RFP, and this like additional features. I'm just thinking if it's interesting, we'll solve. If not, we'll skip it. But we're sticking. Don't worry, we're sticking with this notion. But just saying if we can, over deliver. Um, yeah, I think it was Scratchpad. One is a tool, calculator tool to perform arithmetic calculations. Second is like a code interpreter or maybe a Scratchpad where you can install packages. I don't know, whatever you want to install. When you install, get some tables. When you install some packages and show table or graph, you should be able to sort of do it. So that's what I'm trying to do. Just a minute. Awesome. Exactly, that's what I think. Add code interpreter, let the agent use symbol calculation, use it for arithmetic. Yeah, exactly, code interpreter. That's it, simple. And then of course you can also use to install packages, write graphs, do some operations, actually write Python code, and you want to do something like that. So that's like a good thing to have. We'll come back to this later. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So the scenario I showed you earlier, none of them required calculations to be valuable. The value of inverse finding the right documents. So useful, not essential. It's if yeah, exactly. We have a lot of core capability. Let's not get lost. All right. So we started. Like, I would encourage you to use the get section tool because I want to see the tool call and if the warnings and everything is right, sent properly. Okay. Agent session. All turns into one file. Agents log slash agent session opens. Probably the latest one. This one, I think. Oh, this one. Yeah, maybe this one. I can see. Query not this one. So I call this like this and you should actually save it. Because I don't seem to see the logs. Quit it. Okay, session saved when I quit. Okay. So we have this thinking going on, and then you have the tool update, you have all of those stuff. The query, good query, get section. Okay, get section tool. Yeah, and this is the result. It's such a noisy tool to be honest. So yeah, we just and it's just there in case the chunks have a good year number or something like that. All right, now if before we move for the next tool, I want to specify the document year as well for the results that are returned. For example, I guess initial search document. So whatever we sort of return the results we return, we show the document ID. As far as the document ID, I also want to show the year, but we want to, systematically somehow find document. Yeah, I guess it's saved in chunks, and it's called document metadata, or I don't know what we call it, but we save it in chunks. We can actually pull that and auto populate the report date or the year. I would say just let's show the year. Yeah. So it could make the decisions whether it's probably not from 1950s and the OCR is going to be bad. So let's not use this sort of thing. Apart from that, yeah, apart from that, I think it did not. I think afterwards the thinking is off. You're not sending thinking as on. We'll note it down. Yeah, only so I guess only for the first go we enable thinking and then it doesn't seem to think. Yeah, for now we are putting report date. Later we'll change it to report year. Make a note in development. For now we are saving report date. Later let's switch to report year. Actually, it's initially trying to get the report date. If the report date doesn't exist, then it goes to report year first, and then no report year, then report date. So same thing should go to. I think it should also show to. Also, there's a bunch of things. So and the metadata. We'll come back to this later. Also, the document metadata should be useful for a lot of tools, including get document chunks. We have to make a decision whether we want to auto append to certain tools the metadata of the document if it's helpful. If not, not. Yes. Because these are when stuff goes inside only, for example, in certain when you're in a certain document is searching stuff inside the document, then the document is very relevant, meaning you need to have the access to symbols or whatever the metadata, because you're only dealing with that one single document. So we'll just make the note there. And oops, I'm out of the path. Okay, so just one more time. Also, I only see thinking in the very first phase or the very first initial stage, and afterwards I do not see thinking at all. Are we disable thinking after we start calling tools and etc.? Do not make changes to the code, but I'm just curious. It's okay for now, but I think we should have thinking enabled for everything. When thinking is optional per response, Cloud decides when to use its thinking budget based on tasks. It's not folks. When Cloud first receives a conversation, users thinking then thinking less thinking during duration. After 12 calls, Cloud is now in execution mode. Acting. You can't see thinking in the middle. Are you sure? Could you just check the code and confirm? Yeah, but it does the work. It's more than enough, and I think that's natural. When cloud code sort of works like that. See this. Yeah. So this is the latest tool call, and in results I did not see the sure, but if you can see, we did make change to keep the year or the report date or the year, but I don't think we are showing that in the results. Can you check why is that? What? Okay, really? Oh, this is a different. This. No. I think we're not showing it. I just ran the query again. I just don't. Let me check. I got this from the log. And when I was to see the conversation, I did not find that. And also, I want to say uh, you shouldn't add that in the brackets as well. You basically have to say document, then document report date or year. You need to mention it as an year. You can't just add this as a bracket. I will run more search. It's basic stuff like find me info on this. You specify this. And you can see year is 1954. Good. So what else? All right, let's move for the next tool. Give me an intro on that. You should be showing. Yeah, actually images have baby boxes. Yes, that is B boxes. Yeah, I can confirm that we have the bounding boxes. This is an example JSON from the chunks that I got. Proceed with the implementation. Also, we wanna now uh, yeah, cool. I would also say this tool should actually, let's add multiple image support later. For now, let's work with one image. Let's get that right first. Make the changes. No, we have PDF stored locally. For now, it can just pull the bounding boxes. Later, we can see where the PDFs are loaded, with Cloudflare or something like that. Then we pull the image and then we render that. Those are basic stuff. For now, we just need to send the image. That's it. Yeah, later we'll change to where we want. That's like deployment stuff, right? Basic stuff. Not basic, but that's like deployment stuff, not agent related or RAG related. View image, view the image of the picture. This is when you need to see a diagram, graph, or semantic to understand it better. No, this is actually bad. This is actually not reading the entire stupid shit. Please make sure to read the entire agent. Shit. To- Please read this entire file to gather the optimal amount of context required to write proper tool calling or make changes to the tool calls. Because you can't just bluntly write, this is not just a tool, it influences the entire personality, entire shift, and entire flow of the agents. It has to be very proper. No, just sent it. Because see, it's like the description doesn't provide enough detail, but we already noted it down that text details are only used to just find the right image in text, and then if that's relevant, you have to see the image. That's the whole goal. So then this finally read all the tool calls and also read all the agent tool specification and see if there's any mismatch. Because seems like it did not write the prompts properly. Okay. You chunk image. Can you find any dot matrix images and just view it? I mean dot matrix images. Don't ask me any question, just search. Do not ask me any question. I repeat, do not ask me any question. Search for dot matrix images. Dot matrix images. Yes, exactly. View, view and dot, view a dot matrix style classification stamp. Okay, images saved. Let's see. Okay. Thing is, there's a lot of noise. Again, just to verify, did you see the image or are you answering based on the description? No, this is just verification. I know tool calls and all. You can just, I mean, you would never know whether, whether it's running on a fallback or it's actually seeing it. So you can directly ask. It's simple. I can actually see the image. I only have the description from the search result. The view check image function saves the file, but I don't have the capability to view or process image files directly. I have answering based on the description that came to me. What the shit? Actually, the Claude is multi-model. If you can send images to it as well. Look into Claude's docs, Anthropic SDK docs, and please come back. Use context server and MCP and launch a sub-agent to do research on this. Yeah, like if you were to search the code, you have to just spend a lot of time whether it's actually sending base 64, whether it's base 64 failing, or what's going on. I just directly asked it and it was actually parroting. Either string search, either string search or a list of content blocks for multiple responses. Multi-model results is a major from which tool results can be a string or list of content blocks. Now don't ask me any questions. Just search for dot metrics images in the collection. Select some random image and actually see it, view it. So are you basing this off the description or did you actually see the image? Okay, good. Yeah, the axes aren't crisp enough. So yes. The thing is, we can also do a lot of post processing, for example, making the image more sharper depending on the year of document and etc. Let's not touch those now. Yeah, let's not note that down also. Normalization later. Low, later, low priority. Make very old documents images much more crisp and do some post processing if needed. Or maybe even in the future, once we try to get a good understanding of the graph, we can use some sort of Python package to reconstruct the graph and save it, but that might be incorrect, so let's not do it. But just adding it as a note. Okay, but see some noise. So okay, image is working, but before we move for the next one, I just came across this, and you can see that this seems to be a corrupted, a noisy image. But in our pre-processing pipeline, we actually have the VLM written whether it's required or not or something like that, and then depending on that we actually don't chunk noisy documents. But I'm not sure this complete JSON is actually filled with a ton of noisy images. I don't know how like what happened to the code. Can you please check what's going on? And this is the function that I ran in order to embed them in the collection. All right, now I would like to remove all the chunks in the current tool validation collection and then reprocess them. Would I just run the same code or would I reprocess it? Run this. This one should clean our existing quadrant and clean it up with all the noise and keep our reprocessed information. Beautiful. All right, I know this is working. All right, so this seems to work. I'm also curious to know, should we uh, should we make this tool process multiple images or return multiple images at once, or should we keep, or would we wanna, would Claude need to call this sorry if I'm sleepy, so I'm blabbering. So I'm curious to know whether we should keep this as a single tool or let Claude send multiple IDs or whatever B boxes and then process multiple images as a single code. I think, yeah, multiple images as a single go is good. In a single shot, because you can get description of a couple of images and then find more description in a single shot. But also this, the thing is like this, you don't want to get confused if the tables are quite complex and you don't want to get confused as well. So there should be a maximum number of cap, like a limit. Yeah, so 4 limit prevents context explosion. Yeah, this is what we should do. Single image current simple focus analysis. Claude finds 5 relevant figures, needs filter calls, which few tool calls can impact side by side. Exactly, risk too many large. Do you mean that Cloud can see 4 images at a single go? Do you mean that Cloud could see 4 images at a single go? Yeah, this makes sense. Implement this. So I'm not sure whether we should normalize this on chunk orders, because depending on the situation, Claude wants to see the images in what do you call, in different orders. Like if it wants to see this image first and that second, this second, this third, uh, and it doesn't need to be influenced by the order of it in a given PDF, right? Because it's images and Cloud could just naturally make up what image it needs to see first. Let it decide. Let's not, bring in chunk orders here. It's images, right? No, I think Qdrant should have file list chunks. Less than one third. Okay, yeah. 30 images removed. That's good. All the all the noise would have been removed. So here you can see this is one graph, and starting graph itself, I can verify this. It's text and not noise. So this is good. Graph 4 is also something, yeah, it's not noise. Cool. Cool, cool. Normalize solution. And how many images was sent? Very true. Only thinking. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing right now. Basically, it's building stuff that takes like weeks to months for a big team. But my fingers are not even paining. I didn't even use. I didn't even type. I was just talking to Whisper and just spend. I just spent time thinking. That's it. Actually, do not look at development plan of MD. Look at agent implementation MD. We need to verify your current implementation. What is this what the hell is going on with this chunk orders? I thought it was simple. You just specify some I don't know, some ID of the image or whatever, and then you just get the bounding box and show it to the send it to Claude. What's really going on? I really want to understand. Shit. Oh shit, that's the reason. Actually, I thought we had IDs generated for each chunk. Okay, we'll just pause here. I think um yeah, this will actually overcomplicate things. What we want to do is that instead of doing chunk costs or whatever, we need the unique identifier for each chunk. So does Qdrant create automatic IDs or should we create like IDs? We can create very simple IDs like three digit IDs or yeah, unique ones, or maybe I don't know, some not very complicated ones that the cloud can actually reproduce it quickly. What do you think? The thing is, I don't want to give Claude access to all the, it, what do you call, mm, what do you call, like, I don't want all of the text data, or if you see the logs, to be filled with this random IDs. This is just noise, right? And we'll only end up using a few only document IDs. We'll never even end up this. I guess. Wait. So, I just want to know whether the document or like the chunk order in a given document is unique, right? Yeah, I think it's unique. Of course, because it's each item, right? If then we should be fine, which means basically changes the fundamental understanding about chunks, and I guess the last changes were wrong. I was thinking chunks were like ordering it on a hierarchical level, like first chunk, second chunk, third chunk, depending on the order of the chunk. But then I was really saying is that Claude would need to specify the unique identifier for each image, and we just call it in that order. If Claude was to give you like a list of 4 arrays, we just call it in that order. That was it. Sorry, that's what I meant. So we would need to change the fundamental understanding of it and change the need to check if we need to change the last code. And only this means that there is no any duplicate or any chunks that uh that would have the same order number. No, looks good. I hope it's implemented, so let me validate it. Send this. Do not ask me any question. Look into first of all look into the collection and see if you can find some documents with dot matrix or some noise, or mentioned as declassified or something like that. So this will just help us validate whether do we still have this, what do you call, this noise from the last documents. So I can see it's not able to see it. What the hell? Yeah. Find me the count of the list of images that you can find, um and in there's only one document in the collection, so yeah, for that document. Can you view the image? The dot matrix classified stamp image. So just to confirm, did you see the image? So the batch request, when it tried to see like many different at the same time, was an issue, I think. Yeah. I want you to do one thing. Could you see multiple images in a single go? And just to make sure you saw all the 4 images, right? Cool. Good. All right, please. Let's go with the parallel search implementation. Now I would like you. Now, before you implement the tool, I want you to, if not already seen the entire document, I want you to see the entire agent tool specification, so the MD, and then only you should implement this parallel search implementation because it has a lot of key information. If you already have this document loaded in your memory, like the entire memory, then fine. Just a Wi-Fi speed now. But this is a parallel call. I would say default should be 10 and the max could be 25. So max could be 20. Send it once it completes it. And I also saw somewhere in the code that you were limiting it for 5 queries or something. I also saw somewhere in the code you were limiting it for 5 queries or something. Yeah. Parameters array of 2 to 10 strings. Chunks found by multiple queries equals to higher relevant signal. Also, I would like to know, inside each parallel search, how many max results could be seen? Do not code. I'm just asking info on this. Also, I would like to know. Let's say it were to search two things, and if we found 50% duplicate results, would we wanna in some way like expand the k or something like that and fetch the remaining 5 and keep on doing it until there is no unique results sort of thing, or is it very inefficient, or just trying to understand. The thing is like this, we don't want to do like recursive, like you find 5 and then you find duplicates and then that finds duplicates and this finds duplicate doesn't find duplicates. You don't want to do those. Just fire off a lot and just remove all the duplicates and get the answer. Yeah, good questions. Current limit default 5, you want 10. Top k 20, max query is 10 per query, max query is 10. I want to make sure max queries can be 20. Yeah, actually max queries can be 10. That's enough. Max results in a single parallel search with 10 queries. We have 20, 200 as a max. With duplicates, unique. Now the thing is like this, even though you only hit only 12 unique out of 40, you could have really good information just in that 12, right? And will it be useful to send this back to Claude and then let Claude sort of reanalyze it, just because the queries we find duplicate queries, it doesn't mean the 12 you find are not gold, right? Like very, yeah, just because there's like many duplicates, like one right information can just change the trajectory. Yeah, if you right, I was thinking about it backwards. High duplications conversion. Yeah, leave it as it is, but just update the defaults uh, for 10 and 20. All right, so yeah, let's test it. Maybe like we just run the same thing. Wow, it's in parallel search. Nice. Also, summary 8 total for also 21 unique chunks, 13 found by multiple queries. Good, good, good. I think it's good. Good. Update the agent tool specifications with the progress made. Mhm. Cool. Also, one more thing. Now, like for example, do we work with per document search in some way? For example, when we use search documents or when we use get document by chunks, do like I hope the agent will sometimes could use a filter for search documents or maybe even like of course get document chunks will require you to have a document ID. So I'm just curious, I'm just curious to know to get document chunks, would we because it's working with a single document, would we need to sort of for all the for all the like for the tool calls, or maybe even whenever the agent calls get document chunks, should be like sort of inject the symbols and report metadata or info to it? Just curious, give me your thoughts, don't code. Yeah, makes sense. Let's do option two. I didn't plan this out, but this. Yeah, this is also we didn't plan for it, but I think it's very important. We should add it because yeah, because you have a lot of nomenclature and also you have a lot of symbols. You have a lot of report, abstract, and really good information that whenever you want to really you want to do like a deep dive on a document, you would like to get some info context on that. The context. I guess it's beautifully formatting all the stuff. That's good. Good. Now I would like to run another complex query, but in this case, I would like to run something that involves a lot of like the you can see in the info that like JSON that I've given you, there's a lot of noise. Do not care about the noisy images, but I'm talking about where it needs to analyze a lot of actual graphs and a lot of pictures and visual data and come up with an answer. So I want a complex query that can uh, that could actually test this scenario. Now note that you only have descriptions, but my agent could actually actually uses the descriptions to fetch the right amount, the right image, and then it will actually see the image on another level. So actually, you would have descriptions, but the agent can see images and then give a response. So there could be nuances, but probably it's because only it probably saw more of an image or something. So yeah, just adding it as context. Cool, cool, cool. Is it generated? Cool. Okay, let's restart. Let's query one more time. Now there is only one image in the PDF. So what I would say is that there's a tool called get document info. Call the tool and just let me know what results, like what do you get back from the tool, like the entire response from that particular tool call. There's only one document. Just perform some search and get the ID and then call it. Good. Well done. Now let's do some image analysis. Copy as markdown. Open up this thing. We'll only get this. This is what I got from the agent. Accurately analyze if it has hallucinated information or is it all accurate. Let's run it. Yeah. And I think it has actually read the actual image. This seems to be because we only give descriptions for the specific, the specific session of, what do you call? We've only given descriptions, right? I mean, just this doesn't have access to any amount of data or images or whatsoever, so it's okay. Cool. Get visual region. I think we won't be able to do get visual reason yet because we need to figure out bounding boxes for formulas. So we will look at this tomorrow, whatever, whenever. Let's actually jump to spawn research thread. Yeah, this will be quite interesting. Good. It'll be fun to see this working. Because this is quite powerful. That's the tool is itself is like a clone of Claude. Like the parent agent we're building. The only thing it can't spawn like itself, but it can do a ton of research and come back. Good. Yeah, yeah. The main aim is continuing your findings. You have it. Good. You will carefully check this. Launch independent subroutine discuss. Creates a new agent instance with modified custom prompt. Max iteration is only 3. It's good. 30 is okay. Good. No, tools cannot be customized for the agent except it being not able to launch a sub agent, which could lead to recursive function. We want to give it all the tools, literally all the tools. Definitely, it's not just investigation. The parent agent should provide some, context as well, because it would have searched for a lot of information, it would have done a lot of work. It needs to give that context, a summary or a context or whatever the sub agents. It could use that sort of that uh, uh, that scope, and then go away with the research, because the parent agent already did a lot of the like research or a lot of findings or whatever. So that context, like, not a lot, it doesn't need to be an essay, but you understand. I hope you understand. So it just can't be like, research and then you launch sub agent, and if the sub agent were to do the same mistakes and etc., then what's the point? Sometimes feel free to share the notes or whatever notes or any important info for the sub agent as well. Any context could be helpful for it. I want to see what is the maximum recording, what is the maximum amount of hours you could stream on YouTube? Because I think it's gonna be around 12, like half an hour. Yeah, around 11 and a half. Oh, okay, that's good. This is a hard time given how long you should. Oh, okay, only the first 12 hours. Okay, we only got 30 minutes then. Because I, of course, want to save this. I don't know. I want you guys to watch everything. Understand the sub-agent gets all this one research, and the parents agent should respond. Yeah, exactly. No, no, no. It's not about parents' notes to be passed or not. It's about parent agent or whatever the basically, this is a sub agent, right? This is sort of like a tool. So the agent, the main agent, let's just call it the main agent, or don't call it parent, just the main agent should be able to. This is end of the day, it's a tool, right? So the main agent should be able to pass relevant context to it, where it could be notes it has already accumulated or whatever, but just relevant context in order for this to be successful. That's the entire goal. Right. Let's give it a shot. No, it's not. Yeah, something not about images. So it's doing some parallel search. It's finding the content for your chunk image, the images. Oh wait, this is something on images, I think. No, it's just able to see a lot of the images. Cool, 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 cool. I think I wanna tell it to use, encourage it to use a sub agent. What tools do you have access to? Please launch a sub agent for this. I would like encourage you to. I would encourage you to try the sub agent for this task. Of course, after you. No, I don't want to say of course after you. I wanna like it should it would only need to do if it needs to, but just for the sake of testing, I'm just sort of telling it. Okay, let's see. Extracting precise quantitative data for NASA. So I don't think we can see any logs of it. Now for the sub agent, I want to see what context is being passed. Like for example, you see notes, right? Like that, maybe in a different color. I want to see what context has been passed, what is the goal, and etc. And I would also love to see, uh, the action it takes and whatever it does inside. Maybe in a very, some like a different UI or something like that. So I know it's a sub research agent. Whatever is happening inside is actually sub research agent's logs. But is that possible? And of course, it's possible. I'm just asking so the cloud would sort of, yeah. So I think this would take a bit of time because it's doing a lot of work inside, and we're able to see what it does. I'm sure it's doing a ton of work, or maybe it's stuck with an error. It's stuck on an error, I think. That's what I think. It's fine. Just show all the context. I would like to see it. Also, don't 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 cap or truncate the tasker context. No, I think something. Also, I would like to for now just uh, make 5 as the max iteration for subagent. Please launch a subagent for this task. It will force it to do, of course, the final answer, I think. It's stuck like this. No, no, it's not stuck. Damn, no. And also, I would say, like, when you launch a subagent, what you should do is that you would only just keep it simple. Just keep it simple. Just tell it to provide any relevant context that could be useful. Anything the agent has, learned so far, come across so far, and just give the goal, like a detailed goal on what it is to find. That's it. And it'll use its own brains to find whatever you want, because right now you're passing search strategies as well, which is wrong. So I guess do not explicitly say not to pass it, but just provide relevant context, with whatever information you already know, and then give a detailed goal. That's it, guys. Guys, actually, I'm just talking to Claude as saying, guys. This is fine, but I don't think you have to say, don't, like, remove the last part. Don't prescribe search strategy. Let the subagent figure out how to investigate. Like, for now, maybe don't include that. I tried the system one more time. Accurately check and let me know. Mm-hmm. Mhm. Mm. Okay, so we will. All right, now give me a super complex query. Super, 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 super. The hardest possible query that you can give me. That is only also dependent on this only document. But the hardest possible, like God level hard analysis, seeing images, maybe needing, maybe researching a lot of things and etc. So yeah, super, super hard and complex. Now the thing is like this, we don't want to explicitly say figure 2, figure 3, and we don't want to like also give like accurate information. Now we want to assume that the user has be in the shoes of the user. The complexity is great, but you're literally giving a lot of information like figure C, figure C, figure B5, this, and you're giving a lot of information. Like what we want is that we want the agent to figure out things and find out things and etc. So if you give figure 5D and etc, I can easily look that up and search that up. That's not what you want. In a real world scenario, the user will not even remember the name, the figure, numbers and etc. He'll just have an idea of what he looked and maybe describe it a little bit and give enough context and etc. But yeah, of course, the complexity is right. But yeah, I'm just saying. And this is also very like, but it's fine because we're only dealing with one, like just testing down the skeleton and dealing with a single doc. It's fine. But yeah, usually I don't even assume the questions will be like this, related to this, but not like this. But it's okay. It's okay for testing stuff. Shit. Now VS Code just asked me whether it should paste as a one liner or something on paste as one line or single line or something. I just gave don't ask again and just clicked on it. But right now when I copy and paste a single text to the interactive mode, it's automatically launching stuff without me even clicking on enter and etc. Is it a bug or is it what the hell is it? Guys, I'm super tired, so I'm just not able to think as much, exhausted, to be honest. I started late today. I started about 1 p.m. something, 1 p.m. Yeah, maybe like 1:15 p.m. or something. Yeah, quite late. Always ask, because, yeah, let's see. For this, of course, you don't need to, we don't want the agent to launch a sub agent. Only when the task is quite, complex, where you're dealing with a ton of docs and ton of things, let it launch stuff. And it should naturally do it, not like you don't need to fake it. So, yeah. And also, the main agent's job is to, work on the entire thing. It will only probably launch sub agents when it comes to a situation or a point where it knows that it's going to deal with a lot of information to make things efficient and to concentrate and focus on a lot of things. Then it spawns about 3 to 4 agents. So right now there is no need for it. So to be honest, yeah, we just when we have a lot of documents, a ton of documents, then is when we probably need something like that. Of course, I think it's quite decent. It's doing a good job. I mean, in terms of visually, and I can get a sense of, because I've designed stuff, I can see the tool calls and try to pattern match about whether it's searching the right thing or not. Now I tried this with my agent evaluator. Okay, we'll actually try. I want to try this with Sonnet. Oh, oh my goodness. I just ran the interactive mode and I couldn't exit it. I'm not sure if it's running in the background. Could you check if it's running in the background and kill it? Okay, nothing is running. That's good. Okay, there's only 9 minutes left. Or else I just want to exit early because I don't want to lose it on any of my live stream. Let's try Sonnet. Let's give it a shot. I'm conducting for SSF, I want to verify this and that. One enter. Of course, it should be highly better, a little bit advanced. Okay, nice. It's actually getting the surrounding text, adjacent text of the figures. That's cool. And by the way, we're not hard coding anything here. It's just doing it. This candy major quite degraded. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's missing something. It's missing figure 9. Chunks. Figure. Yeah, it's probably with the is relevant sort of flag. So it's fine. We'll check it out. We'll figure it out. Not an issue. Not a big deal. And I can see it's only until figure 7. Figure 9 is missing. And this is from page. Let's see. This is figure 9. Not sure why this is missing. But I think we can solve. It's not a big deal. Probably we're missing out on the only it's capturing this and not the adjacent text. So let's see. And it's probably noise because it's also captured with the classified. So yeah. And I think in an old we may get some other full pipeline. Figure 9.